nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
This one you got today.
Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go. Go today. Go today.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, what you
your information.
Well,
To the spoon. To be
yes, what you
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon.
20 minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is Monday, the 4th day of November 2024. Wherever it is you're listening to us from, we'd love to welcome you to tonight's edition of your preferred and Liberia's #1 talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, also on Fabric 101.1 and other frequencies, relaying us all across Liberia. We love to say welcome to you. Those of you listening to us all across the country, we say welcome. Turn up the volume of your radio so your neighbors and the rest, can also be informed as well. For all those of you watching us via our various online platforms, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and the other online outlets that are, someone casting this program, we love to say thank you and welcome as well. Well, people have been concerned. This announcement was made on yesterday that due to the time change in the U.S., the book people call it daylight saving. It's actually a law in America that was first passed in 1918. Yeah, time all been in a law. Due to the time change, the program time has also been affected. Monday to Saturday, Spoon Talk will come your way 8:30 p.m. our local time here and 3:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. And on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO will come your way at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and that will be 8 p.m. our local time. So Spoon Talk comes on Monday to Saturday at 8:30 p.m. The adjustment has been made until March of next year when they change time again. And then we'll also do that to accommodate not just our panelists, but for our many viewers watching from the US as well. So the show comes on now at 8:30 our local time and 3:30 p.m. Your time as well, those of you in the US as well. So that is the adjustment. We just thought to relay this announcement because many folks were concerned as to whether or not the show will be aired tonight. So that's the change to the time there as well. We want to begin the show by saying our condolences to the people of Grand Bassa County, the Bono family. Superintendent Julia Bondo, she sadly passed away today. The superintendent of Grand Bassa County. The county is bereaved. Liberia as a whole, as a nation, we bereaved. So our condolences to the family and to the people of Grand Bassa County for the loss of their superintendent. May her soul and the souls of all those who passed away rest in perfect peace. With that being said, a lot of other things happening across the country. Key amongst those is the issue of the conference that was held today at the Supreme Court in the chambers of the Justice in Chamber, Justice His Honor Yomi Kwekwe Weze. The majority and the speakers black, though the speaker say he doesn't have a black, but the majority and the minority, they went for a conference today. The majority lawyer being former Cape Mount County Senator Vanny Sherman, and the minority is the speaker's black lawyer being impeached Associate Justice Kabina Janet. And they went for the conference today. The justice in chamber asked the majority black if they had given the speaker due process. The speaker had not been given due process. Had he been served a formal complaint and all of that? But just to wrap everything up, they were told by the justice in chamber that due process should be afforded the speaker. If they want to get him out as speaker, then they should do it properly. So representative for the family have said that they're not going in a chamber, in the main chamber, to go and sit under the speaker's gavel. If they will, and they are going to afford the speaker due process, but he should come to their joint chamber. And there's also noise around that tomorrow there will be protest march on the Capitol and all of that. The Spoon Network will be covering that up for you. But the Supreme Court didn't rule that the majority of people should, tackle their session that they're having or disband their group and all those things. But that's going to be discussed on the show in depth as well. Another news coming out from the NEC. We're still investigating a story, something surrounding $8 million of elections fund that was left over, money that they did not expend. But we hear a report that the NEC is turning into LDA Pro Max. What used to happen at the LDA that the chairperson and the deputies can see eye to eye. Also $8 million, remnants of the election budget. That according to the chairperson, the deputies wanted to, cross the mind, share, and she doesn't want to share, and because of that, it's bringing a lot of noise. We're investigating that. That's just an allegation. We've reached out to the chairperson, Madam Deverta Brown Lasana, but she hasn't responded. We'll keep doing that till we can get the clearer and full picture concerning what's unfolding there at the National Elections Commission. So a lot of other things. We got information again today that there was serious protesting around the Pool River area surrounding land dispute, and our team will be visiting that area on tomorrow. According to what we gathered from eyewitnesses, those who were on the scene, that called us up. They said there was a serious protest that led to roadblocks and the stalling of vehicular traffic as well around the Pool River area. So we'll be investigating that, and other issues happening across the country. So the rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show. The former CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., Dr. Richardson, and the rest of the panelists who will make their way on the show tonight. It promises to be a very, very interesting show, especially based on what unfolded today at the Supreme Court. Whether due process will be accorded the speaker. If so, how is it going to be accorded the speaker? Will the speaker go to the joint chambers to, go through the due process proceeding there, or he will tell them to come to, his chamber, the main chamber of the House of Representatives, to present their complaints, and go on with the due process. But all of what will be unfolding, you can rest assured that the Spoon Network is going to make sure we bring you all of the guys that the old people don't understand why you call Kwas. The people understand why we call Kwas. Yeah, but we'll go to the phone lines for a minute or two so that Liberians can call us and let us know what's on their minds as well. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. For those of you watching us via online platforms, we have the WhatsApp number pinned below the live stream as well, that you can use that number to call us up and tell us what's on your minds. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. 1 minute per caller. Let's hear you out quickly, This person, yeah. Hello.
Yeah, how are you, bro?
Good. Kindly be a bit audible, Chief, so that we all can hear you.
Yeah, I'm so I'm calling for Jakarta.
Go ahead, answer 1 minute, sir, please.
Yeah, concern about national police.
Mm.
Really, the police are very harassing all the commotion to hire. There's one person they call Moses. Say Moses to order a brother 102. So anything if you are doing the week, commotion board to hire to read there, they can get do it. Any way if you are doing it. They see they will run a complaint to this nine. I look at it, Zona Depot to Jakarta there. They post money, what I want to do, say will do it. So that's my concern. I want to explain. Moses gives them hard time to read it.
All right.
And depend on
to relay.
102. He said that Lord want anything, nothing will come for our.
When you say harassing and how the person doing it to your language, yes, you and just pack your off the road and keep your bosses there, or what you can do that lead it that you classify now as the harassing. Yeah.
When the man see your car, the man hold your lesson. If you get lesson, because I'm not able to do anything to you, and just hold a lesson and put in your pocket. Besides the man to be 2,000 now for your 2,005. Then second to that, when see your car, I get lesson and red ticket on you, 50 your ticket because you know that you were able to bake in for 7,000, 8,000 to gain here. So you are able to take that one and send a car over to you. I want you always doing. Now to Sunday, the mechanic for really.
All right. So the authorities are listening, and I'm sure they will intervene as well. Yeah.
Sunday all the mechanic be to really there.
Is it Sunday or?
Sunday all the mechanic go deal. Sunday all. And you're not a Sunday.
All right, Chief. The authorities are listening. I'm sure they will intervene. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Moses, according to the Java, is parting the Red Sea in real life. Not small thing. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you calling us from?
I'm Kevin Blamam to Chevy Junior calling from Baglet Mission Woodland Community.
What's man?
Yes, I just want to say thanks to the Supreme Court people today for.
Sir, can you be a bit audible for us? Be louder. Can you speak louder for us so that we can hear you, please?
Yeah, the cool is here. I'm in the fresh school.
Oh, sorry, myself. I experienced that thing last week, so I understand you, but just try small.
Yeah, so let me just say thanks to our people who is ruling us in this country and talking to the representative to go back to the John Chima and do the Labrador Pro. If they want to impinge financial cover, they go to the refugee process for another just come or as majority black. Go and say they want to hotel whole day be discussing there. The Liberian people will be in a hostage. So it's not fine for us. We let them do our work. If they have another cover to remove the about them because some of them they are not even doing their work.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay. So he's saying go back to work, afford the speaker due process, and let the process flow. Hello.
Chief.
Oh, Dado, how are you, sir?
Aku they're breaking on Creole Pro.
What going on?
Nothing. I just put it and they drive my chicken wing.
Be careful with chicken passo, chicken food, all that kind of thing that causing power in the country. So
that chicken feel. That Nima chicken feed so.
Man, I call canteen near. I say chicken parts. Please, I beg you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Andreas Fire Gina calling from Carwell, New Road. Thank you, Dam. Firstly, I want to call on our people that decide to go tomorrow to protest at the Capitol building because that entire protest is being heavily sponsored by Speaker Kofa. Because seeing Mele Askara Gray in our protest and all our hurricanes from in the CDC, some of them who are working with Speaker Kofa office, heading that protest saying that all of the lawmakers resign, it tells that Speaker Kofa is the one who sponsored that protest as a tactic to fear the majority bloc. Look, some of us, we never wanted to support the majority bloc, but concerned, we got a clear info that Sugar Kofa body at the time he was a deputy was 1.1 million, but he's paying over 4 million. That alone tells that it is a serious corruption in our country. So such a man has no right to serve his people in a similar country like that. So we are on him to respectfully resign and leave the Liberian job has picked up because he is 100% corrupt by using 4 million, almost 3 million plus. That is serious corruption. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for calling as well and expressing your opinion. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Pleasant night to you, sir. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, my name is Jerome. I'm calling from district number 4, Tiki Community.
Go ahead, Jerome.
Yeah, my concern here is Representative Marco Thomas, who I voted for and wrong campaign for. I wrong campaign for Marco Thomas because I felt that he was going to do the different in district number 4. But I'm appealing to him. Please, he is a lawyer. Marco Thomas should know better. Let him take the step that Priscilla Cooper from district number 5 took today. Let him move from behind the majority of people and come back to district number 4. If Marco Cooper does not do it, he's going to be a one-time lawmaker because the people are very angry.
Your district get record keeping people for long. You're always giving people one time.
Yeah, but he started setting a record that people started liking him. But for this identical thing, the enemy shit that he has created in district number 4 is getting too high for him. If he listens to this show, let him leave that kept up, that RLJ, and come back to his house. Please, all right. I'm begging him.
All right, thank you. So you're calling a representative to leave RLJ, the campsite, and go home. 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. For those of you watching us, the WhatsApp number is pinned right there on the screen. You can use that number to call in and let's hear what's on your mind. Hello?
Yes, hello. Doing, sir?
You're live. Kindly go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Justin from the community.
Sir, please be a bit audible for us. I only heard the Doe community.
Okay, I said my name is Justice and I call you from Doe community.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, let me put up things for this platform, Spoon FM here. Big thanks to the Spoon FM family. Tomorrow we will be going to Capitol building. So many things say that even if you want to do anything, go through procedure. Let's learn how to learn. Let's learn the regulation in the country. I will be going to that building tomorrow. And if they think the justice minister said today, if they will go by it, let them go to the men and expect that feeling and do what they're supposed to do. Let them go through the legal procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 077771075, 055101075. Hello.
Hello.
You live, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. This is Mutera.
Mutera, go ahead, sir.
What's on my mind is evening is the ups and downs, Capitol Belly and Lena to do the weighing court. And you know, the Supreme Court, I want to speak up. The Supreme Court need to be definite and need to be specific when they speaking in issue. Today, those people when the Supreme Court, they don't say anything that put all of bad or all of black say they win or not. So they was not definite. So we ask the Supreme Court to be definite in that opinion. And tomorrow we ask that those who are going there to protest, let them exhibit peacefulness. This country, we don't want it to go backward. I think that there's no need to protest. These people, they are the leaders. Let them handle the things. Then for us to go and say, oh, we won't protest.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello, Damon.
Yes, sir. You live? Kindly go ahead.
Oh, this is John Doe calling from New York City.
John Doe?
Yes, I just called to let the lawmaker know that we have gotten $50,000 and we're giving them this week, apart from the protest. 5 of the lawmakers, especially the leader, will be arrested and will be given 50 lashes each on his butt. And that watch it will be going live. So they gave him today. This is a warning.
Okay, John Doe.
If they don't go in a refugee, watch the live video. It will be posted on Spoon.
All right, John Doe.
And Monday 43, 5 will be arrested, will be given 50 lashes each on the butt, and they will going live. They watch it.
All right, so the fellow decided to use John Doe. You know, when they use Jean Doe and John Doe, you know what's up. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello, Damo.
Yes, sir. My friend from Italy.
Yeah, my name is Dole Lasana, and I call you from Italy.
All
right. Damo, really, you're gonna help me out here tonight. I'm really, really, really confused, right? The 43 men and women, they said they are now going to sit on Speaker Kofo Gabo. On the other hand, Speaker Kofo cannot conduct business and the Liberal business because he doesn't have the number. Now, on the other hand, those guys are saying that Speaker Kofo should resign. The only way forward. And Speaker Kofo has said that, well, resignation is not in my agenda. So, Damo, I'm confused. What will be the way forward? Are we going to just sit and watch those people, what our people suffer? Why? What this thing is going on, those guys are taking pay. I don't know what they are paying those people for. Really, that's my concern. Really, I don't really know what will be the outcome of this thing. Are we going to just sit and watch those people just do what they want? It's very, very bad for our country. Damo, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Dole Lasana, for always following and calling us there from the Mediterranean, Italy. Enjoying yourself. Let's take this next caller, 0777 771075, 0555 101075. Hello.
Yeah, good, Damo.
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Carlos K. I'm calling from Ghana's.
Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my brother, thanks so much. It's just about the speakership business. Today we heard that they went to Supreme Court and they said they should go and do the right thing. For me, those who decided to demonstrate tomorrow, I really know the point of the demonstration. But how they're going to resolve on the Supreme Court. But my brother, some people may have different of the demonstration. And I just I listen to the CEO Lane. It's not necessary now. Those people that are going to demonstrate tomorrow, we have done it here for a long, long time, no benefit. Even though who you're going to demonstrate for, when you come to focus, they don't even care for us. They don't even care for us. I don't really know why is the motive for tomorrow demonstration. However, when they go in there tomorrow, it'll be very, very peaceful. Very peaceful. Because I just listened to some maker today. They say they're going to invite the speaker tomorrow so they can put all the problems before him. Let them listen to him, how he's going to respond. Right, but we can't wait for all those things. Okay. Thank you, Damo.
Thank you. All right. Bloomberg. What's up, Chief?
What's going on, Damo? How you doing?
I'm good. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Cool, but we got to manage it. We
if you are closer to me now, you say I don't want to transfer it to you, but thank God you filed.
Yeah, you did that this morning.
That's small process.
Okay. It's a transfer. The transfer process. So we good. What's going on at your end?
Not much. We just following the Capitol Hill drama. One twist, one turn. The next accusations here, there, withdraw. Commitment, recommitment. You want more yourself, you must go to court and all that. So we're following the process. We're also following up what's going on at LEC. The president has appointed a new leadership there. We're following how they too are going to take over affairs. And there is some issue coming out from the NEC. I'm sure you've gotten a hint about that. The $8 million remaining of the election budget.
Yeah, 2023. We were trying to discuss all of that, Damo, but this House of Representative issue just took over. And I have the document from the National Election Commission and also the National Housing Authority and also the Economic Free Zone. And we got a lot of story pending because of Funati Kofa and his guys.
The way he said the pending China is son of LECC.
Yeah, LECC won't. Yeah, mess up again. Yeah, we got a lot of story pending. We cannot investigate them all because the big dogs in the room, Funati Kofa and his guys, they have taken over. It's every day something new. Can you imagine? They went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court themselves tired. They say, "I'll take your trouble for here. You'll go by and fix it." And then I've seen people from Funati say he win. And those from the majority black, how you call him, Samuel Koga, chairman, they're saying that they won. So Liberians are confused. Then I say people say we're going on the street to protest. Protest for what? I mean, so
RLJ camp will be closed.
The what?
They should close the RLJ camp.
But it doesn't matter where you send these guys then. That's not your business whether they close the camp or they open the camp. The fact remains that these guys have to go back to the Capitol building and fix and sort their own. But what this costs a diamond? It's a lot of Rick Monroe here, and the Liberian people will just suffer. And we're going to say protest now, protest later, protest for what? And I like what Vandana Patrick said yesterday. We will wait for the Supreme Court decision. Now the Supreme Court say, "Yo, go back and fix your issue, give Funati due process." Then everybody just sit back now and just wait because these guys have promised to give Funati due process. So what's the protest for?
Yeah, but the sticker issue in the whole giving the speaker due process is, where are they going to conduct the due process proceeding?
They will figure that out. The speaker asked Diamond, and that's the reason why we're saying share our show wherever you are. We want to go to the phone line for you to tell us because they got their own rule, Diamond. Funati know the rules of the House of Representatives. These guys then I want to remove him, whether they are 44, 42, 43, 41. They are in the majority. They want him removed. He got to negotiate. It's like Americans. I want to negotiate. They got to negotiate.
Oh, you remember that movie, eh?
Yeah, and they say Americans don't negotiate with terrorists. So Funati got to negotiate. Some of the guys say they are very hardcore. They do not want anything but Funati must go. So if you understand it, the due process, they have promised the justice in chamber through their lawyer, Vanu Sherman, going against Serena Seaforth. We'll call Serena tonight, Kabina Janet, and they said, "Listen, man, give the man due process. How you do it, just give it to him." But guess what? That's a whole new argument now. How will the due process be processed? And Liberians got to just understand. So I don't see the need of going to protest. It killed the strength of the protest. Some people are just boring, protest for, let's say. So they will be there tomorrow. Vandana Patrick will go ahead and get some water and drink and pull and dance to music and then go back home. And, let the guys negotiate. And they are negotiating. And we discuss it. So we have to just understand here, Dama, that this thing will come to the end.
Of course.
It will and it must, and it will come to the end. People will have to understand that somebody will be speaker. Either Funati stay or Funati go. And that's what we are here to discuss with you today. Wherever you find yourself, our time have changed, folks. And I know you're trying to adjust. I myself I'm trying to adjust. It's 5 hours different now. If you're in Liberia, it used to be 4 hours, but right now it's 5 hours. So we will come on 8:30 p.m. Liberian time, start taking phone calls and get into the conversation by 9. So you got to understand that we will start the show 3:30. By 4 o'clock, people will be warming up, start to come in. So just bear with us. People got to work and people got to do what they got to do. But we're going to give you the best of program. Like every day, we will give you the best of the program. But again, Dama.
Yes, sir.
I'm just thinking. I think sometimes people call for protests prematurely. And I think sometimes people say, take your placard, go on the street. It's your right, but be smart. I mean, it shouldn't have a bad undertone. It should be about the people and what the people want. It should be about the people and how the people desire. It should be about so many good reasons you want to hit the street to change the life of the people. Look at LU. They're not going to school yet. Good reason you can protest. Because you want the government to step in. But you say the people must leave RLJ and go by. That's what you're going to protest for? I mean, and Vandana Patrick is my good friend, but I think I will wait when he come on, and then we will discuss this issue because something just doesn't seem right here, and we're discussing. But the Jews of today, and I will call some lawmakers, and they want to answer, they want to speak on this issue. They went to the Supreme Court. Was there any winner? People are confused. Look at the other corner. They say we're confused. Were there any winner? I mean, come on, man. I didn't see any winner, though. I don't know what, Dama, did you see any winner coming from the Supreme Court? Dr. Richardson, welcome, my dear doctor. How you doing?
Dr. Richardson, good afternoon to you, ma'am. How are you? You muted.
Dr. Richardson, you're not ready to talk today. We'll go. You decide to mute yourself.
Oh yeah, how you doing? I didn't mute myself. I think someone in the back muted me.
Oh, so I say Vana. Every day somebody muted him.
Whatever.
You keep on, you muted yourself, and he says somebody muted you. So I only ask about your cat.
Time yesterday. I'm a little tired today, so please. Dama, you be lucky.
Listen, my throat. I'm tired myself. Tomorrow is election. You guys you voted already. Tomorrow is election, yeah, Dama. I mean, it will be big tomorrow, and everybody, please go and vote. We have Winfred Russell, and he's asking people to go vote. We have Reverend Goba. They're all from Minnesota. Morgan Zawa Gabriel. By Gabriel, it's good to see you as always. And the whole thing about CDC one protest, CDC that one protest, CDC for not CDC. Bill Cosby, you gotta let us know what's going on here. But again, Dama, were there any winner, Dama? I mean, you in Liberia, you refused to go to the court today. Let me tell the people, you deliberately refused to. I call you, I say you text me. I say he did. He and the whole Spoon Network. So maybe they have been transformed. They have been transformed on a new management. People are calling about Spoon at the court. There were no Dama, Trojan, Nelson, Hadji, Chiloplay, Sylvester, and just everybody. They all were sitting there having fun in the chat room, and they refused to go to the court, And the people didn't get a clear answer as to why y'all refused to go to the court. I mean, you guys protesting too. Is that protest? I believe maybe you guys carry on us. You laughing again? I see us protest though. Why are you laughing?
No, not the last part. Protest for one now.
Yeah, listen, Glenn. I know when you guys try to do a quiet protest.
You banana.
Banana. So you guys decided to do a quiet protest, no problem. Yo, balance. But Dr. Richardson, what's going on in the country? You're right, Damo. We got a lot of stuff happening, and we will be making this thing juicy today. Ladies and gentlemen, share our show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Wherever you are, Fede Peabody Sion, welcome to the show. Michelle, welcome. Emmanuel Fode, welcome. Prince Bushi Stewart, Amos Jr. That Amos KY Jr. always on my case. I don't know what have I done to this guy. And, you know, he always on my case, Amos. Elizabeth McCarthy, welcome to the show. Edwin Poor, welcome. We want to say thank you very much, William McDavis. As always, good to see you. Seattle Hammer, it's good to see you. Mama Nelson, Sam Soma, Clarence Benson, Honorable Cooper, the $50 man passed away. Welcome to the show, Cooper Pass Away. Dama, please go to Cooper Pass Away and collect the $50 you have promised the Liberian people and he didn't do it.
You have to patch you all kinds of protocol down.
Man, I mean, I be man now, right? I want to say to all of you, I want to say big shout out. I don't know whether they want me to announce it. We talk about collecting rest. Somebody contributed 500 United States dollars. I think it's an organization to buy back rest. So again, we will be putting the information up. I'm just waiting for the guys to meet. And I don't know, I will ask whether they want me to call their name or to show the check. They call me Dr. Richardson. I asked them to send a check to the foundation account. I think you have that. And they went through Ed Remy Gray, 500 United States dollars for the contribution to the network. And every good thing we've been doing, they said, and we hope this can work in line to buy more back arrests. We are looking for 1,000 or over 1,000 back arrests to distribute the first week of December for our people Christmas. That's the best we can do. That's the little we can do, but we're counting on you. Again, we received the first $500,000, not 500,000, please. I am not the Speaker of the House. We were talking about the first $500 for a back arrest, and it came from this group. I think the woman who called the name, though, what do you think? Talk to them first. That Richardson.
Yeah, talk to them first. Why talk to them first?
I think they won't mind if I call their name.
I'll call them or give them a personalized thank you.
Yeah, let me do that right now. I'm
Call
going
the
to...
name and then give them a personalized thank you from you, from us.
Yeah, that Ed Remy Gray, he went to the organization there.
Yeah.
And
thank you, Ed Remy Gray. Thank you so
right.
much.
Okay, so the thing is that they put it in my name, and I asked them, said, no, don't put it in my name, please. Put it in the name of the foundation and send it to that. It's the seventh Leadership Network. The seventh, yes, Leadership Network.
Okay.
In the amount of 500 USD through Wells Fargo Bank. We want to really appreciate you guys, the contribution for rest. Our people will receive the rest. We want to say thank you very much. And we will put it up. And again, we looking for 1,000 or over 1,000 back arrests. And the distribution will be the first week. Once we discuss, how you go pick up your rest and you go home. If that one bag, if that half bag, we appreciate, please. I think let me put it up, right, Shua? No? Yeah.
Yeah. What?
I would ask Aaron McGregor because I don't let you answer. You're not too sure.
Yeah.
I will ask Aaron McGregor. I don't want to put it up before as it do. He working at the bank before he yeah. As it do working at the bank.
So before you get started, I really don't want to forget this. I want to give a big shout out to Ellen Atta Ware that was on the show yesterday. Even though she was here with you guys, I think she stood her ground. She spoke very well. She was very great in presenting the issue to the Liberian people. So I just wanted to give her a big shout out because I know what it's like to come here and be in the company of just all men and having to stand your ground and put forth your position. So she did a wonderful job. She's the representative from Margibi County. So thank you for being here. I'm so sorry that I couldn't come to support you yesterday, or but yes, you're great yesterday.
Yeah, I just spoke to her today. For the family will be joining us, and Ellen again, she waiting to participate on this issue about the decision from the Supreme Court. One of the individual I have not seen is Marvin Cole. It's gonna be like Marvin Cole running away from the media. Apparently, they want him to be quiet. So Marvin Cole. Again, I heard that Edwin Snow is back in Liberia, but ready again to leave. The board just doesn't like to stay. The senator, not the board. The senator choose not to stay in Liberia because every day he's out there. He was just off for 3 weeks. And he popped in. He about to leave again. It looked like that ECOWAS assignment is so important and juicy for Honorable Snow. I mean, I'm very much concerned that Honorable Snow cannot spend a week in Liberia. A week. What do you think? What do you think? Before we go to his sister, Dr. Richardson, tell me what you think. This guy, he chose not to be in Liberia. He traveled from one country to another country, one country to another country, spending time in hotel, sleep in this hotel. Man, what are you laughing for?
The way you press it on is spending time with
Remember, I say anything, then you laughing. Don't make me laugh, man. But why they make him stay in Liberia at least for 2 weeks? What's going on? I'm seriously really concerned.
Father, why he can stay with our official assignment. You already said the man is a part of the senator is a part of the ECOWAS, parliament, whether it's parliamentary engagement or it's personal, by your body, he was at the Ballon d'Or celebration, he was at the Ballon d'Or celebration. He took pictures with a lot of Barcelona fans, players, I should say. I personally enjoyed the pictures he took with the Barcelona players.
So what I mean, the man took pictures. What I mean, though.
No, but I'm just telling you that probably it could be official assignment, national duty, official.
But why the guy can sit at home? Why you can stay in Liberia?
Oh, but No.
I don't want to interrupt the show. But I just asked him why they make him stay in Liberia. I mean, people want to know.
Oh, people want to know, or you want to know?
Huh?
People want to know, or you want to know?
No, but people want to know why Honorable Snow just, I mean, who I mean, don't get me started. But why Honorable Snow not saying like, bro, like, he get relative in Nigeria? Double.
But I know Honorable Snow family member name well. So okay, answer that.
Somebody said, okay, let me do that one. Let's put them back. So, but seriously, I want us to discuss Honorable Snow. He was on OKFM today. He's supporting Fanatico Kofa, I believe, though, because everything I heard today, that I think he's on the Fanatico Kofa side. But you know what happened? He went through this rigmarole before. He understands how it is. Again, Alex Tyler has been so quiet. He went through it likewise. And he understands that the whole remove or something have Alex Tyler, the accusation is on Alex Tyler, Prince Moi, or Emmanuel Nukwe, Jeremiah Kuhn, and Thomas Farah. They said those are the big ones that actually they will not sit down. They will not sit down. They will not talk to Fanatico Kofa, And I think it's just crazy. But guys, we're about to start the show. We'll go back to the phone line. We want to hear your take. A decision was made today from the Supreme Court. We want to hear exactly what's going on from your end. We're about to start the show. And we also want to tell you that, listen, Money Captain is not coming back. We have the document. We have the letter from the executive mansion. Money Captain is gone. They cannot renew his contract. Money Captain friend, Kwame, he's gone. His contract cannot be renewed. They said, thank you, but we cannot renew your contract. So both Money Captain contract expired November 30th. He cannot be renewed. He's out. We got a document we showed to you. His best friend, from his Ghanaian friend, Kwame, his contract is expiring in 11 days. November 14, November 15. He's out. He's not coming back. And we got so many information for you. Okay? Talking about $750 request from the finance ministry, 750,000, 500,000, and everything else. Share the show. Let's have a wonderful show. But it's the good news for you today. While you sleep in darkness, you understand that Money Captain is not coming back. We'll show you his letter. They cannot change that letter. Crispy cannot touch that letter because we got to let you know that Money Captain, even as of today, the man was trying to check on. He said, I won't receive that letter, but it's still sent it to him. So Money Captain not coming back. I want to say to you, it's a good day for Liberia. It's a beautiful day. Imagine you sleep under darkness and Money Captain get electricity to his house. I think the next person who should go that the woman are running for power theft, Mary Bro. Mary Bro should leave too. Mary Bro should retire. Let's open the phone line and ask anyone whether Mary Bro should still be there. Mary Bro need to retire. Yeah. Money Captain gone, Mary Bro should leave. To be frank, Mary Bro my auntie, you know that cool woman, right? But this is not a relationship. Mary Bro my auntie, my born auntie. Can you give me Mary Bro picture? You see I share myself look alike.
Oh, you can edit picture.
Yeah, Mary Bro picture, please. Just see Mary Bro and myself look alike. But Mary Bro need to go.
Mary cost you for in crew.
I ain't got no problem. That my auntie, she can cost me. But there'll be no reason why Mary Bro that's running beyond power theft and all the business people and all the big dogs then stealing current and Mary Bro can touch them, but the beginning that's hustling on the street that then she going after her people killing them. Mary Bro should go. Make no mistake, we don't need Mary Bro there. I beg you, Mary Bro should go. So Money Captain leaving, Mary Bro should go. And that's all we're just asking for. Simple. And we can ask every one of you right now whether I'm making a mistake yet. Thank you. Look at Mary Bro and look at me. Look at Mary Bro and look at me. And tell me what that's my auntie.
She found by you.
I agree, but that's my auntie.
But
so
I agree with other than.
But you know, that crew, you know. Yeah, but to be frank, I mean, Dama, can you open the phone line? Money Captain leaving, Mary Bro should go with Money Captain. No, but keep a picture up, I beg you back. Keep the woman picture up.
Oh my meter spot, go for meter when I do borrow fee, you'll not be there.
I would like you meter. My only question to you, right? Why should Mary Bro stay and Money Captain leaving? I mean, just seriously. Everything that is happening at LEC is between Mary Bro and Money Captain. Mary Bro actually need to retire. We cannot allow Mary Bro to stay there till death do her part. We cannot do that. You know, Mary Bro need to retire. You know, Mary Bro need to go and rest. So we are grateful. I'm just waiting. We'll start the show in the next 5 minutes. I'm just saying, all of you, there will be no reason why Mary Bro can still be there at the LDC while Money Captain leaving. Money Captain out. Money Captain Frank Kwame out. And Mary Bro gotta go. Yeah, man. But then when you open the phone line real quick, let's ask the people just a backstory, and we'll get into our main conversation. Please open the phone line, let's ask them. I mean, there will be no way that Mary Bro stay hanging around, you know.
So the question was asking, while at 2 in 1, if Money Captain leaving early left, if Mary Bro should follow him or what?
No. We're not asking them. We're telling them, Mary Bro, Money Captain leaving, Mary Bro must go, yes or no. You want Mary Bro to go along with Money Captain? That's all the question. Because we already know Money Captain is out. So do you want Mary Bro to go too? Let us know. Hey, anybody on the show said Mary Bro must stay with Blackie for 2 days.
Oh, you can't do that.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Just quick to the question, my chief.
Hello.
Yeah, you live. Go ahead.
Okay.
My man, you want talk or you want talk? Or your money feeling?
Hello?
Hello?
This is Spoon FM.
Yeah, that's Spoon FM. Talk to us, please.
David calling from Silver Spring, Maryland.
Yeah, talk to us. My Mary Bro should go because Money Captain leaving. Do you want Mary Bro to follow him?
Mary Bro needs to go because she bringing no impact at all. That's for example. To get meter will take you 3-4 years.
Wow.
You got to go.
She had to go. Mary Bro must go. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and take your call. I was just warming up for my end.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. You press him catch you police academy. Maybe it's better than money cut 10 times. That's number 100 times. Maybe it's better than money cut.
Those you should
because you can't allow power to that. Maybe for the power step. That's one with the boys to see. That's one with the boys to bypass. But she's doing everything today. So maybe it's 100 times better than money cut.
All right, sir. Thank you. So you for stay here. I'm saying still. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, is not a woman. She is a woman from Bakerville. So Seto is lying.
Okay.
And Mabel is
so, all right now.
But wait now, the woman from Bakerville, man, I say cool family, man.
It's lying. It's
all right, Chief. It seems like you just.
My man, don't come after me, man. Pueblo, Bakerville, that is same cool family. You even from there, then you want to talk.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up,
yeah, you live. Go ahead.
I do go need to go. They buy the body back. When they can't, they can catch you, then you give them money they do. Now what they doing? All I was spending money, and what up not spending money what they can't, then they rest the boat they can do them. They try to get the money, then they do them they go. They brother not correct, all of them go.
Thank you. The 5 minutes for you.
Oh man, you let you scale of Mary Bro.
No, not that. You said 5 minutes.
No, Dama, let you friend of Mary Bro. I'm really into you right now. If we even go 1 second here, you trying to take all my picture down. But let me say this, though, folks. We get into this story. You understand that Money Captain is leaving. Let me show you the Money Captain letter. Because we're about to start the show. Wherever you find yourself, thank you for joining us. Please share the program. It's very interesting if you do so. Go on Facebook, go on Instagram, your YouTube, and share the show. Again, I want to say to all of you, the reason why we're keeping Mary Bro picture up here is because I think that once Money Captain leave, Mary Bro should leave. Period. Easy. No problem. Mary Bro have all right to go along with Money Captain. That's my own auntie, my born auntie. The other guy can say I lie, but Mary Bro should go. So again, this is Money Captain letter. Let me read Money Captain letter. And I love this. It's very simple, Dr. Richard. See? A very simple letter. Money Captain, October 31st, 2024. Dear Mr. Captain, subject, non-renewal of consultancy contract. Wherever he finds himself, they just make it so simple. I am writing to formally notify you that the acquiescence of the president that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract entered into the last day of December 2022. We will not be renewing your contract. That Richardson, it's right there. We will not be renewing your contract. But and between the Liberia Electricity Corporation LLC and you for 2 years, which is set to expire on November 30th, 2024. After careful consideration, we have decided to move in a statutory governance direction upon the conclusion of this contract. That's it. Wherever you find yourself now, Mr. Captain, we will not be renewing your contract. C'est fini. So we're going to find Money Captain picture and put it with a contract. If the Liberian people speak, President Bouaka listen. If the Liberian people say we don't want it because it's bad and it show that it's so bad, the president, he listen. He have to listen. Because he's working at the will and pleasure of the Liberian people. So what you are seeing here today, Dr. Richardson, is the fight against bad practices in the country. Look at the time Money Captain said, we greatly appreciate the contribution you have made during the 2 years. And thank you for your commitment and services to the country. Please ensure that all outstanding deliverables and any necessary documentation are submitted to the chairman of the board of directors or your successor by the contract expiration date. If you have any question regarding this transition, feel free to reach out. Once again, thank you for your services, and we wish you every success in your future life, whatever it may be. Dr. Richardson, this is one of the biggest breaking news.
Yeah.
Damon, can you share this on our page, please, where you sit back and relax?
Yeah.
And I will put the other contract up as well. That Money Captain, everything the people were saying is so true. That Money Captain contract can never ever be renewed. Why? Let me come to you, Dr. Richardson.
Well, this is a great opportunity for Liberians. It is my hope that whoever is going to take the position or take over LEC, that you will learn to work for the Liberian people. Right now, our country is in darkness. It's behind the curveball, like generators. They are the sound of the day, and it should not be that way. So I hope that this person look into newer forms of electricity. These days, that the solar panel form of electricity. They are looking at windmill, and also looking at the investment that is being made with the Mount Coffee Dam. If it is it worth it, or how can you expand that? So there's a lot to be done these days with electricity. So I'm hoping that whoever gonna come in there and step in his shoes should do things differently. I'm also looking at the board. We shouldn't let them just sit down there. There's a tendency for boards in Liberia to just sit down and let things run itself, and then they get their sitting fee. I want the board to be actively involved in making sure that they get the appropriate person, the person that comes with the competency, the experience, the hands-on. Everything is hands-on in Liberia right now because we're so behind. Hands-on to be able to do the work, to be able to make sure that if we are going to give subcontract the distribution of electricity to others, as they have done in other parts of the country, like in parts of Bon County and Nima, do that. Okay, electricity is so important for everything that we do. No longer, our city should be dark. Our city should no longer be dark. So, having said that, since I believe that this is a new direction for Liberia.
You are quite correct, and that's why we are here to discuss about the issue of our country. What is happening to Liberia today is very, very concerning. That we're back in Guinea, we're back in Ivory Coast, we're back in Ghana, we're back in Sierra Leone, we're back in the dogs and the cats to provide electricity for us. Dogs and cats. Everybody, we're back in them. Spending a lot of money, $6 million on car power for them to bring a ship on the ocean and tell you, say, yes, we'll provide you electricity. That one, they chop it. $6 million to go to Ghana solar power to bring electricity from Ghana. Yes, indeed, they were going to chop that one. The LEC is generating $6+ million every month.
Wow.
What are they doing with that money?
That's a good question.
And every day, excuses. And all this time, Money Captain been there. All this time. You add his years in government, from the Samuel Kayando, the Amos Sawyer interim government, the Charles Ganget Taylor, the Madam Ellen Johnson Salih, the George Manawia. Must you still be there? No transformation, nothing whatsoever. Zero. We're still owing Ivory Coast. And we're begging for power. A small country like Liberia with vast natural resources, we cannot sustain our own. We have tended to be a banker when you talk about electricity. So when you have people saying, oh, but leave Money Captain is sleeping. Look at him, he's in the plane sleeping. MCC came, they ate the money. They ate the MCC money. They gave us trash and called it Tobins. Oh, no, and that Money Captain fault. He's a fine, good man. We understand he is. But guess what happened? Our people are dying in the schools, no electricity. In the hospital, no electricity. In the business center, no electricity. So, I mean, poor performance, get out. And we have people fighting for Money Captain. Let the man keep his job. The partner say he must keep his job. The partner like him so. The partner don't want him to leave. Partner where? Those partners are not from Liberia. That's what Richard said.
Mm-hmm.
Those partner children are in Liberia. Those partners, family not going through darkness. Those partner, Damo, those partner, they just come visit and sleep in the hotel and eat the food and go to bed. They care less about you.
True.
But then they jump in and say the partner say. So my fellow Liberian, let me say this to you. If anybody come around and say partner say they lie to you, that's scam. That complete 419. So I'm speaking to you that turning the volume of your radio on. I'm talking to you. Money Captain was a bad leader. He's a poor leader. And when I work this time, so we'll put the letter up one more time before we go to his friend. They call the man Kwame. Kwame Pakpana, and that's the name. And, you know, they call the man Kwame. You can say Etisen, that your business. Just say Etisen, you will answer.
Oh.
Yeah, the man speak tree. He's a Ghanaian. Etisen Boko.
I'll go
say the man Kwame.
St. Jackson is who come for you.
That baby is on starting out and enjoying himself. But you know, this is one of the worst in the history of our country. That you take our resources and all the well-educated Liberians we have, you put it in the government hand, and you paying the man $26,000 a month, and Money Captain getting $17,500 a month for doing what? $25,000 every month for travel expenses, $25,000 every month for fuel on generator, $25,000 every month for cell phone bill, $25,000 every month to go to the hotel and get engagement with meetings upon meeting, $25,000 every month to just use. The man is making over millions of dollars a year. But what about you? You're sleeping in darkness. What about JFK? Redemption Hospital, Fortin Military, ELW Hospital, Catholic Hospital, without generator, they can't function. And generator need fuel.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody fool you. And they will say that today and say, oh, you know what? Let the man be there. For what? So we get this somewhere, folks. We are. So if you see the letter here that they say, Money Captain, go. Money Captain, go. Money Captain, go. We tire, oh, Money Captain, go. Seriously, everybody at LEC, they're celebrating. Everyone at LEC happy. I am writing to formally notify you. Hey, and it's so unique that Richardson. Richardson, can you read this? Let hear in a female voice, please.
Okay, so it's Mr. Money Captain, Pagos Island, Congo Town. I'm here, voice, Monrovia, Liberia. Dear Mr. Captain, subject, non-renewal of consultancy contract. I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to formally notify you with the acquiescence of the president that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract entered into the 9th day of December 2022 by and between the Liberian Electricity Corporation and you for 2 years, which is set to expire on November 30th, 2024. After careful consideration, we have decided to move in a statutory governance direction upon the conclusion of this contract. We greatly appreciate the contributions you have made during the 2 years and thank you for your commitment and services. Please ensure that all understanding deliverable and any necessary document are submitted to the chairman of the board of directors or your successor for the contract expiration date. If you have any questions regarding this transition, feel free to reach out. Once again, thank you for your services and we wish you every success in your future endeavors. Warm regards.
So, Dr. Richardson, as it is, there you have it. There you have it, because it is important for you to understand. They say don't take anything home. Money captain, you gotta hear the people now. We don't want you to take anything home. Don't take anything. Leave the people. That must stop laughing. Leave it there. Because they say, please ensure that all outstanding deliverables, the money that you get here, the one that coming in, and any necessary documentation are submitted to the chairman of the board, not to Sylvester Graceby, to the chairman of the board of directors or your successor by the contract expiration date. It's very important. So let's go back and read Money Captain Ghana friend. The men are making 26,000. Yeah, the man on the letter. Yeah, the man on the letter. Tell me, you see it? Mr. Kwame.
Yeah.
Kwekwana. I'm gonna thank you for putting it on Facebook. So this is Mr. Kwame on the letter. You know, Mr. Kwame, he make a lot of money from Liberia for doing nothing, zero. He just make free money. A lot of money this guy made. Everybody got to be ashamed to allow our Liberian people to suffer, and Money Captain brought his friend in to make free money. Free money. I want to put Mr. Kwame picture up. You're way small. You'll give me 1 minute, I'll put a picture up. I'm looking for a picture. Mr. Kwame, where you at? I'll put all the members of the board's picture up. So Mr. Kwame make 26,500 easy money every month. How many of you in Liberia right now making over $500? But this Mr. Kwame, every month, 26,500 are what he make. 26,500. You do the math. And secondly, not only that he made 26,500, guess what happened? Put all his benefit together, something that he can't get from Ghana. That's why he was getting from Liberia. So whenever Money Captain travel to Ghana, they go on the golf course, they play golf, they drink the Hennessy, they enjoy themselves. Because they're getting free money from Liberia. Free money. So let's read Mr. Kwame letter. Let's read Mr. Kwame letter. I am writing to formally notify you, Mr. Kwame, Bakwina, or whatever the name may be, that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract. We will not. The Liberian, you got to listen to this. It's very important. This is the man that making 26,000 every month. Joseph Boaga get there and say, my people sleeping in darkness. Then you're going ahead to get him at 26,000. He said, I will not sit here for it. The people sleeping in darkness. You're going to bed in darkness right now as I'm speaking to you. But they gave them at 26,000. We've been fighting. We've been fighting. We've been fighting. We've been complaining. 26,000 free money. Over 100,000 in fuel, in scratch card, in travel expenses, in sleeping to hotel, in eating Google food, and the poor Liberian people, they're suffering. And Dr. Richardson, how can we be so wicked to our fellow Liberian? The people suffering, Dr. Richardson. Ghana people are good people, but this one make free money in Seattle Temwe, free 26,000. The man cannot show one document he ever provided only that society between he and Money Captain and Dr. Richardson. Nothing the man could show. 26,000 United States dollars. Who in Liberia making 26,000 a month? I'm going to put this down because I want to look in Dr. Richardson's face and Diamond's face. Maybe Diamond making 26,000. Now he refused to go to the Supreme Court today. We'll examine it. We'll cross-examine and triple-examine it. Dr. Richardson, 26,000 this guy made. Can somebody send me Kwame picture? Diamond, can you find it, please? I thought I already uploaded the picture and I can't find it. I want to show Kwame. Thank you, Diamond. Dr. Richardson, he making 26,000 United States dollars.
It's painful.
Look at our schools. The University of Liberia can open, and somebody making 26,000 United States dollars.
Yeah.
The babies are sitting on the floor. People going to bed hungry, and somebody making $26,000. Can you imagine? For doing what? What that man doing, somebody from LU can do. Consultancy. What that man is doing so much to get 26,000 that on young Peking from the University of Liberia, from AMEU, from somewhere in Wapaton, somewhere in Sagon, that they can do. You can never go to Ghana and make 26,000.
No.
I want us to feel this thing. I want us to get into it because it's wickedness. So this is what Joseph Boaga did. Joseph Boaga says, stand up. That Mr. Kwame, thank you very much. Keep it up for a little bit. You see, Money Captain and a friend, how they look at me, they're scaring me. They're scaring me, Dr. Richardson. Jama did this for a reason. You see how they look at me? Money Captain said that, let's stand on board there. They gotta go. Money Captain making 17,500. And his friend making 26,500. 17,500, 26,500. For doing what? 0 plus 0, that's 0. 0 plus 0, that's 0. 5 plus 1, you carry 1. You carry 1 to go where? Let's see where you carry the 1. 0, that 14, that 3, that 4. These guys, according to the math, if it's correct, they are making 44,000. 44,000, my fellow Liberian, every month. We're going to open the phone line. Are you sleeping on your electricity today? And how much are you paying? And Money Captain said, I'm going to carry the tariff up. Your electricity bill will go up. Though you don't have it, though, the message I'm going to put it up. Though you don't have it, but the message will increase the electricity bill. Can you imagine the insanity? Can you imagine the wickedness? Can you imagine the craziness? They're not even giving you electricity, but the message you're getting electricity bill up. He had no love for the country. He got no love for the country. So let's read his dear friend letter. I am writing to formally notify you, Mr. Kwame, that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract entered into the 16th day of November 2022 by and between the Liberia Electricity Corporation, LEC, and you for a period of 24 months or 2 years, which is set to expire on November 15, 2024. Connie, 11 more days, they got contract finished. After careful consideration, Mr. Kwame, we have decided to move in a statutory governance direction upon the conclusion of this contract. They're moving. They don't need you. Because you have performed poorly. You have performed very, very poorly. There will be no way you can make any adjustment. We greatly appreciate, well, now they want to try to make him feel good. For me, I can't make him feel good. They say, we greatly appreciate the contribution you have made during the 2 years. Which contribution? You don't make a man feel good. And thank you for your commitment and services. Please ensure that all outstanding deliverables and any necessary documents are submitted to the chairman of the board of directors or your successors by the contract expiration date. If you have any question regarding these transactions, feel free to reach out. Any question? So let's wait. Mr. Kwame got a question. Or maybe you do. So let's wait. Mr. Kwame got a question. Once again, thank you for your services, and we wish you every success in your future, life in your future, and worse in your future Ghana trip, your trip, because you not take plenty of money in anything you want to do. In anything you want to do, we wish you success. So, my fellow Liberians, I want you to talk about a new Liberia today. We get to the House of Representatives thing, I see Fadela Patrick coming and all the other guys that coming. But I want to spend time because we fought with this one. We went after it. We begged the president. We say, you must take an action. You are reading the letter. Dama, can we go to the phone line? Let's hear the people. What a joy. Free our lives. Free our lives. LEC is free our lives. And we can say that today. Because whosoever that will go there to work on the broken LEC system today, they'll have to do better. They must do better. So, Dama, can you go to the phone line? Let's take some call. And now the people know that Money Captain and his best friend Kwame, they are not coming back anymore. They are not. I will hold on to this. I know I'm saying Pastor Goba in the back. I'm waiting for Winfred Russell when he comes on. We'll bring them on to talk a little bit on election. We'll talk about the House of Representatives, what is going on in there. We'll speak to Forty Fambula and somebody on the other side. We'll talk about the Supreme Court ruling today. But let's talk about this very important announcement that we are giving you. And folks, I want to say to you, it is most likely, let me break this other news down. It is most likely, most likely, I got to break this news to you, and we all can say this, it's a breaking news. It is most likely, all right, Damo, just put a picture up. I just send you the picture. If you do, then I can break the news, please. There you go. I just sent it to you. Okay, I'm going to hold on to that news, but I want to say to you, my fellow Liberians, share the show wherever you are. Money Captain and his dear friend Kwame, finito. They're gone. They're not coming back. This is a blessing. They're gone. They are not coming back. Finito. You need it. You said it. We champion it. And you should celebrate. So we will go to the phone line and we will take some calls, especially people in Liberia that are going to bed tonight. And Joseph Boyka, 9 months in his government, said bye to Money Captain, 17,500. Bye to Kwame, 26,500. That one, let's go to the phone line. Let's keep the picture up. Then we'll go to the phone line, sir, please.
Okay. That other picture, I've uploaded it.
Yeah, so we'll leave that one after this because that other one is a big news coming. We got a breaking news for you. Very big. We'll be letting you know shortly. Damon, let's go to the phone line. Put the numbers up for us, please. Let the people call what they make of this. Papa, they call Joseph Yima Boyka. And the important, the very, very important thing. I'm put my number there too. So let's take this down. I want to put the other number there, which should be better. You can put my number there. And folks, we want you to call. Damo will open the phone line. You have to call and let us know what's going on, what you feel, what you make of this big news today. That Money Captain have received his letter, and a friend Kwame also received his letter. And we are happy. Damo, open the phone line. Let's hear you, my friend.
Okay, the numbers to call 0777
Hello?
075
Hello? Yeah, talk to us real quick. As Damo reading the number for the folks in Labrador, talk to us.
I'm Johansson everywhere. We are coughing tomorrow. Stedon, could you imagine we're sleeping in darkness? Current gone, the whole tomorrow is dark. So, I mean, your advocacy has yielded results. So, thank you. We hope and pray that you continue. That the next person coming there, there will be more action. This is what we expect from JMB. This is what we voted for JMB. This is what we campaigned for.
Thank you.
At least he listening to us now.
Thank you. Small. Let me go again. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, Stephen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Mabu Watkins. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us.
And, yes, I think the GLB government need to start revisiting the salaries of every soul in our country.
So what you make about Money Captain leaving? We'll come to that, my brother.
Yes, it's a good thing for Money Captain to leave. But if this is not Money Captain alone, this thing, I think we need to go to the place where we have to start initiating capital punishment of castrating.
Thank you very much, my brother. We'll get to you later. Thank you very much. People are so angry. Damo, go ahead. What you got on the phone, Damo?
Hello.
Evening.
Yeah, you live. Go ahead quickly, please, sir.
Good evening. I say thank you for Stanton. Stanton, as you announced the salary of that guy, I shared here for Nigeria. Personally, I'm lying down in darkness. Just 2 hours ago, LEC is off. I'm talking to you in darkness. What a wickedness in Liberia like this. Why should we enrich other countries and leave our country poor? Stanton, I say you'll continue. Thank you, guys.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, my friend, lower the volume of your radio, please, or your set. Talk to us. Your name, where you joining us from? All right, Damo, go ahead.
Okay. Hello? You live. Go ahead, please. Sir,
I mean, your internet not working good.
your line is terrible. Please kindly change your location and call us back. We appreciate that. Hello?
Good evening, Daniel.
You live, sir. Evening to you. Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out, please.
Oh, thank you. My name is Timo Masakwe and I'm calling from Cinco FE. Oh, let me say thank you to Stanton Waterspoon and the Spoon family for the numerous efforts being contributed on the platform. In Ellen 86's birthday message, she said, silence make us all culpable of wrongdoing. So I appreciate Stanton and the Spoon Network platform guests for always being there for the Liberian people and speaking.
Okay.
So in regards to the issue of the Liberia Electricity Corporation, here's a big news. is a resonating news for we, the ordinary people that are paying our 15 cents that want to be added up to 21 cents, which we think it will cause even more power theft. So we appreciate the decision of the president.
All right,
and
sir.
thank you to the Spoon family once more.
Thank you. We still taking calls or? Bloomberg. Okay, so.
Yeah, let's take a few more calls. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm Cambridge Emmanuel. I want to say thank you to the Spoon family for informing Liberian people about.
All right. If you call, please lower the volume of your radio and you talk into the phone. Dama, let's take a few more calls, please.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You live. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, this is funny thing I'm calling. Please, Mr. Waterspoon, I need your help. Mom, stop it on the
Let's talk about I have little more, Dama.
I die no food. I went down.
I'll take your number and call you.
Yeah. Let's talk about the electricity. Your name and where you joining us from, my friend?
Peter Bishop Jr., calling from Ghana.
Talk to us, Peter.
First of all, when I just saw the letter being displayed on your screen, I really appreciated that. Not that we hate the Ghanaians, but for a foreigner in our country to pay such an amount is very, 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 worrisome, very outrageous, and disservice to the other Liberian people. I'm here in Ghana, and I can tell you that for free. That man can never make such a money, even if he has the Electricity Corporation of Ghana.
Thank you.
EG. He can never make such an amount.
Thank you very much.
Talk about it.
Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, your name. Where you joining us from?
My name is Mr. Prima, calling for the state of Maryland.
Talk to us.
Well, before going further, I just want to commend the Spoon Talk for what they being announced this evening. It is very frustrating the way in which foreigners are living in Liberia, enjoying our people suffering. I think I'll make a recommendation to this station, and because there were a lot of people come to express their concern, we need to engage and also inform the government. Send 8047. They're taking away our resources, no factory, nothing. The people just go there, foreigners go there, make lustrous money, and then they go away like that.
Thank you.
We have to stop. We have to put our feet on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from, please. Your name and where you joining us from. Can you lower the volume of your radio, please? All right, man. Talk, please. Just lower the volume of your radio. I really wanted to take you, but you are not paying attention. You always call again. We'll just ask you, Dama. Let's take 3 more from your end, and then we will bring in Mr. Winfred Russell and Pastor Goba. Then we'll move over to other politics, Dama. Let's take 3 more from your end, please.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Hello.
You live, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I did listen to the CEO concerning Money Captain. I am so much happy that Money Captain has gone. Anyway, my name is Jacob. See here, I'm calling from District 14, the Research Character Community. I'm too happy because the last time I listened to Money Captain increasing tariff on LEC. Can you imagine when we go recharge, they will deduct $2.50 from our recharge? What a wickedness is that? Liberia is the only country that pays 25 cents. Then you are not satisfied. You still want to increase the tariff. Today, I'm very much happy. I thank God so much for the CEO. Thank you so much for the Waterspoon.
All right, sir.
Continue to expose the guys there for their wicked doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, you live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name is Ali Padikoma, Medical Family. I'm going for running car. Let me say thanks to the CEO for putting pressure on our papa because you see now the president is trying to be a listening president, trying at least We should be listening to people that really campaign and bring to power. It's not like we hate things. We all want the betterment of our 100 days. We continue with consulting. And the government are helping to see him going forward. Then make sure and remove them. Right now, as I speak to you, Alena ain't done that. So money Katana can be there, they be making big money. Then we the citizens are bringing the particular government to power. Then we're going down every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, talking about the tank that been inside, making me scared to go on and say. All right, so I think
that should be scared. Let's take two more real quick. You can't be scared.
Hello. Yeah, the people complaining the heat.
I know it very dark. Your name and where you joining us from?
Say no problem.
Hello. This is George Morris calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Talk to us, sir.
Yeah. See our area when the election was held, and then there was people going around about the power tap indicators being, I think they were across. And then they came to my cousin's place. And I asked them for the CIU of Berry Bro. I said, if y'all go to a house and y'all produce it for the 3 months in the new year in Joseph Bakari government, I will pay double times what you got. And they couldn't say nothing about it. They got certain people in our country, CEO from Joseph Zingin Town will say that they stay in government. Are they the only competent people? You have people that Musa Din, Monica Ten.
Thank you.
Very broad. They got a lot of people. Why they can't get fresh people?
Thank you.
Things.
Let me hold you right there, my dear brother. You are quite correct. I will take the last one from my end. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? Hello?
Good evening.
Yes, talk to us now. Be fast, please. How are you? All right. I'm sorry if you want to hold on to the line. Let me bring up now, folks. We'll leave this story for a minute and get back to it because we have our brother Winfred Russell who is running in Minnesota, and we have Pastor Goba. We want to talk to them briefly, and we come back to Liberia politics. But these are the Liberia Electricity Corporation board members that are on the board. Okay, and I just want you to understand where we are when we put these names up, because these are some of these people been there since Charlie Quintan, and some of them you got to blame them too for messing up LEC. This is the Reverend Bishop Reeves, and again, Bishop Reeves is still there. You understand that he's going to be there. They will make selection. They will decide who will be the next CEO for LEC, Dr. Richardson, who will be the next CEO for LEC. And you guys know Bishop Reeves. And, you know, some people say he's a good man. Some people say he's quiet. Whatever your case with Bishop Reeves is, I'm just showing his picture right now because I think it is only necessary to tell you guys that Bishop Reeves, will be part of the decision-making process to bring in the new LEC person. Now, it was under Bishop Reeves also, you found out that Money Captain did a lot of mess. But we're going to leave the Reverend Bishop Holy Father Reeves. You know, he served on this board from 2018 and was selected by Money Captain again to be on the board LEC, a technical utility that is Reverend. Okay, so that's Bishop Reeves, right? Bishop Reeves. You see him, he's there. Let's show you all of them. Let's go to the next person. James. This person's name is James Nigadan, another board member. None of these folks have any background in electricity, but let's say he was handpicked by Money Captain. Money Captain went around and said he wanted his own people to be his board to cover him up. There you go again. We got our own Pape. He looks sharp. He seems aggressive, but you can tell where you are. They call him James Ngenda, Ngenda. Sorry, I'm going to mess his name up. I'm not good at pronouncing names. And let's go to our own sister, Our own sister, they call her Elizabeth White. Another board member, again, Elizabeth Well. That's her. My Elizabeth White. W-H-I-T-E. Now, if some of these people have changed, it's my work to tell you. So you can make correction, right? I am just here telling you who's in the money captain zone. And don't forget, you know your current Justice Minister, Oswald Twe. Pure Glen. He's there. He's the current Justice Minister, Oswald Twe. Again, that's my work to tell you what you need to know. That's what Spoon Talk here for. We'll tell you, that's the board member. He have never done Richardson.
Yes.
He never, ever been to any board meeting.
What?
Never. He always sends some of his deputies to collect. He said he's too busy to fight for the Liberian people. He said he's too busy.
Oh, you shouldn't be there.
He has to be there. He's the Justice Minister.
Well, if he has to be there, then he has to do the job.
He can never attend. He can show one paper of attending board meeting. He's too busy.
No, that's not right.
And I am giving you this information because it's true. That's also the puppet that led by puppet. The puppet too. He's not here for your yama. And I think Oswald Twe will not stay long on this job as Justice Minister. The job is, he will not stay long. You
cut his saying already?
No, to be frank, he just let him quiet him from his law firm and go home and eat his Chinese food and come to America for medical checkup and go back. He ain't here for the too much government job.
Court cases and
so he will not stay on. Everybody mark what I said today. He will not stay on the job. The man have never attended any board meeting. Not one. Let me bring you the next person here. Councilor Emmanuel Tude, he's the chairman of the board. And I think this is the chairman that was appointed by President Bouaka. And this is the chairman that money captain fired the man. Money captain said he would never accept the man position. They sent the man to the Senate. The Senate delayed him for almost 4 months. 4 months, Dr. Richardson. And just this gone 3 weeks, they were able to confirm him. Money captain hit him. Grace Smith just hit him to the stomach. They don't want to see him. They don't want to hear him. They call him Councilor Emmanuel Tude. And this the guy.
But why they don't like him? Why do you think they don't like him?
That's the issue. Beautiful question. Hey man, that's the reason why you're a doctor. Beautiful question. They don't like him because he come up with another guy that is supposed to audit LEC.
The audit causes plenty problem around that.
And you know when you talk about audit, the elephant in that room, you will see it. And President Bouaka said, I want you to audit LEC. Audit them 7 months early time. And that's the issue. That's the problem. He want LEC audited. Money captain say, if you audit LEC, I will go to jail. And it's true. You are operating on $76 million a year and you cannot give a con? Come on. Something, they will find something. And my fellow Liberians, and listen guys, let me say this to you. They will audit LEC. They will audit LEC. They will audit LEC and nobody can stop it.
But it's important to do that though. If you start taking over a job, it's important to at least know where you're going to get started from.
That's what you say. If they don't audit LEC, people will blame Joseph Bouaka.
Yeah.
They have to audit LEC, Dr. Richardson. They have to.
To see what I met, and this is what I'm leaving. This is my progress. That's the only way you can definitely.
I'm going to have Auguste Gafwan, be part of the board member here. I need his information too. And you're gonna have a couple other people. Let me put the other sister up. This sister here. Her name is Namatu Richardson. I don't know if you guys related. She's another board member, Namatu Richardson. You can ask your husband. Maybe that your husband maybe that your husband happen to eat LEC money though.
You better carry on. You better carry on.
Namatu, the woman last name Richardson. She's somebody related to that to Richardson. So yeah.
Yeah, look at y'all.
And women pay. Women.
My own friend, women pay on yeah.
Women pay there.
I'm surprised women pay talking plenty because he
Women pay has been signing money captain check 17,500 USD. Women pay been signing Kwame Bakwena check 26,500. And with all captains and institution CEO without any report, they have never submitted any report. Not one report.
Hey, you see somebody said the one married to the late Natanya Richardson.
Yeah, she related to your husband. And guys, this is concerning. And I will say to everyone, we have to question women pay. We have to question women pay. Women pay need to explain what's happening at his ministry. Lance Mars. Mars and Energy, not Lance Mars, Mars and Energy. He need to explain what's happening there. We'll get to it later. You know, listen, we'll get to everybody here.
Waiting for us in the back, waiting for you.
Who?
I think
I'm not saying that it went up. I'm just trying to show this and it went up. We are operating on time here. Right now it's 10:18. Most of our guys having a basic day. They will be coming on. So folks, I mean, it's a beautiful day in the city today. Money Captain is out. Money Captain Frank Kwame out. We get back to the story. We want to pause here and spend 5 minutes with Winfred Russell. Tomorrow is election day and Pastor Gobai, because they are on the ballot. They want you to go vote for them. So share the show. Don't you go anywhere. We have a breaking news for you concerning the Commerce Ministry. We have a breaking news for you concerning the House of Representatives, whether resignation is coming or whether some negotiation have taken place. We want to inform you. And again, let's bring in our brother Winfred Russell. Welcome to the show, Brother Russell. And let's bring in the pastor man, Pastor Goba. Okay, Pastor Goba having internet problem. His video is not coming through. But it's good to have you, Brother Russell. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Stanton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very loud and clear, sir. We can hear you.
And my beloved dear cousin.
Yes. How are you?
Nice to see you too as well.
Good.
Nice to see you too as well. You're always radiant.
Thank you, Cos. Thank you.
Always radiant.
Well, just talking about your brother last night, but that's okay. Your brother in Liberia.
Oh, okay. That's which one of them? There's so many of them in Liberia, but what are the Stanton's classmates or former?
Yeah, Quincy, you know,
the one who
very
does
high.
The one who what?
Does the mechanic work?
That's
what we're talking about last night. Yeah. Hi, Pastor Goba. How are you?
Hi, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you.
Okay, the internet is giving you a hard time. Winfred, talk to us, man. What's going on today? What's the final preparation and your expectation for tomorrow, sir?
Expectations are great. So, as you know, I'm not on the ballot. So I recruited Pastor Goba, who is running to replace me in the Brooklyn Park City Council. So what we're doing now is trying to mobilize everybody, trying to get all of the folks out to please show up to vote tomorrow. We do know that a lot of people, Stanton, they vote for president and they leave. So we're trying to encourage them. So that's the reason why we are here today, and we really appreciate you having us on today, albeit for a very short but impactful time, where we can encourage folks to show up to vote. And when you do vote, whoever you want to vote for president, that's fine. But please don't forget to go to look down the ballot, to turn the ballot over, because there'll be a lot of names on those ballots. and vote for Daniel Goba for Brooklyn Park City Council in the West District.
Thank you very much. Again, it's always, as always, it's good to have you guys, Pastor Goba. Again, talk to us, your plan, and this is the last ride.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Stanton. We are truly honored and grateful to you for the publicity you're giving us and just helping to inform our community. But yeah, we are on the last straw. Today is the last day of early vote. Tomorrow is the main day. And like Russell said, we are just here to appeal to our people to go and vote. And like he said, for the presidency, vote for your choice and vote for your issues. But for the local elections, which is the West District area, we need to be represented as a community, not only our community, but the entire Brooklyn Park West District needs to be represented. And so we have just come today again to encourage people. We've gone out as much as we're able to. And so this is just a reminder call to help people to get out, to remind them to get out for the vote. And again, we just want to thank you for the privilege and the opportunity to be able to do this.
So how talk to us. How are you feeling right now?
Well, to be frank, I'm feeling better. We're getting good feedback, and I hope the feedback will result into a win. People are enthusiastic, and a lot of people did inform us that they heard us on Spoon TV. And so a lot of this was as a result of you helping us to publicize it too. And the team that we have is a very robust team. They've been doing excellently well. We've done our part. Let me just put it that way. We've done our part as humans, and we're just waiting for the result. But even with all that we've done, the people will have to vote before that happens. And so that's why we're here to just ask them and to encourage them to go and cast their ballots tomorrow.
Are you in this as a Republican, Democrat, or are you in this as an independent?
It's a local elections, so it's non-partisan, but I'm a conservative, like I've said. But I don't.
There's
I
a
have
party
not
they call
registered.
conservative. There's a party they call Conservative Party.
Independent.
No. Usually when you tell people you are conservative, they assume you are a Republican. But I'm not for any political party. I've not registered for any political party. I do assess the issues and I vote according to what the issues are, and so that's how I vote.
So it's critically important, Stanton, to know that, as the pastor said, the way the elections are structured here in at least this state, I imagine it is the same in most states, even New Jersey, of other states. When you outside of the state legislature or the Congress, all of the other races below what is called the down ballot races. All of those races, for the most part, they are nonpartisan. So if you there are many folks out there who may be Republican. Many of our folks in our community may be conservative, maybe Republican or conservative Democrat or whatever. But the key for us here is that, fine, you can be whoever you want to be and vote for whoever you want to vote for. But when you get there when you get there to vote tomorrow, don't just stop at voting for the president or a senator. Go down the ballot and look for Goba, Goba. Look for Goba and vote for him for Brooklyn Park City Council West District. Now, these races, they are nonpartisan. They're not going to have Democrat near his name. They're not going to have Republican near his name. So all of those races, city council, school board, county commissioners, but they were significant positions, but they were not attached to any of these political parties. Now, there were folks who are running in those positions, lean one way or the other, but you don't have to. And so Pastor Goba is nonpartisan. So you can, if you're Republican, that's fine. What we need is somebody with the dedication, with the experience, with the commitment. We need representation, Stanton and Dr. Richardson. We need representation. And this is how we're going to get representation, is by our people showing up to vote, but not just voting for the president and leaving, but looking down the ballot and vote for somebody who will represent your interests on the city council. When
what we have here, let me just say this because it coming through the mention that the president, Jose Imabwaka, he has nominated and appointed additional members of government, one of which is the Minister of Commerce Industry, Madam Dakose, the wife of the late Dakose, Senator Dakose. Again, we can say this because Mistress Magdalene Ellen Dakose would be the next minister, if confirmed, a Minister of Commerce, replacing Ami Modal. So we just want to say this again. That's the information I was about to tell you guys, but I needed to wait. Again, as you can see, the president, Jose Yemabwaka, brought in Magdalene Ellen Dakose to replace Ami Modal. Pending confirmation, if she's confirmed, she will be the next Minister of Commerce. Other appointments were made. The National Bureau of Veteran Affairs, LRRC, and other major appointments were made. It's very important for us to speak about Madame Dakose's appointment, but they just coming through, and after our brother, Pastor Gobat and Brother Russell leaves, we will get into it, but the appointment and nomination, Madame Magdalene Ellen Dakosa should be replacing Amin Modal. She will be serving upon confirmation. She will be the next Commerce Minister. Go ahead, my brother Winfred, finish up. And I know you guys don't want to get into our politics, not at this time. So we want to give you guys grace. But it's good to have you speak to your folks, Pastor Guba, and tell them exactly what you want them to do as we all get ready for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. the polling station open. People will be going to vote. Talk to us.
My dearest Brooklyn Park citizens, especially the West District, this is your humble servant again, Reverend Goba. I've come back to remind you, some of you I was able to visit you at your homes. I did listen to your concerns. I've now come to ask you to vote us in so that together we can work on those issues that you brought to our attention so that we can together foster and move our city to a better place. And some of the stuff that we discussed, like we met you, affordable housing, some of you, your concern was economic development, infrastructure, public safety and sustainability. These are the issues that we will be focusing on, and we want to have your support and your vote to be able to propagate these concerns for all of us in our city. And so, again, I come to remind you, and those of you who have already voted early, whether you voted for me or you voted for someone else, I want to thank you for exercising your right to vote. If you have not voted yet or haven't made up your mind, or maybe this is just a reminder, I want to remind you to please do so tomorrow so that together we will be able to help and work for our city. Thank you for your vote. Thank you for your support. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the polls for the vote. Thank you so much.
And there will be transportation, Stanton. There will be transportation available so people can call Pastor Goba, or call me, or call anyone who is involved with the campaign, Nehemiah, the campaign manager, and Bernice. You can call and you will be given transportation to go to vote. It is critically important that all of us show up. I think, I posted something yesterday. I don't know if you all, I will repost it if you all have seen it. We have about eight Somali immigrants running for re-election, one running for a position in the state house, and several of them running for city council. We only have one Liberian immigrant in this race running, and that's Pastor Goba. Pastor Goba, at many of us who live here, and we've talked about this stuff over and over again, the critical need of having representation here when you have a 50,000 strong community that have been living here and since the 1950s, and you have a community like the Somali community that just came here en masse in 1992. They have representation all over the place. What politicians look at, the people have to show up. You have to show up to vote. And it doesn't matter who you vote for, we just want you to please show up to vote. If you need transportation, we will have transportation available tomorrow. And then they will be doing, the wash party will be at the OLM tomorrow evening as well. And we'll also invite Spoon to cover that as the ballot come in. If you all can please cover that, we invite you. I've sent you the flyer too, by the way, Stanton.
Thank you very much, our brother Russell. Thank you again for every help you have rendered onto Pastor Goba. We are at the finish line. And again, tomorrow is election day. Don't forget, go out and vote. We encourage everyone, please, if you can, vote. Pastor Goba, again,
Yes,
Godspeed unto you, and the will of the people should prevail.
Amen.
So
Thank you so much.
have a good night.
Thank you, panel. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you
We'll
for
be looking forward to
yeah.
seeing you for the celebration, the victory party tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yep.
Bye.
All right. So there we have it, guys. Welcome to the show. The change of time just messed us up big time today. I'm still trying to figure out the time in Liberia, but we will get there. We will make all necessary adjustment. It's good to have you as a to Liberia first. It's good to have you, Mr. Duado, and the people. It's always good to have you, Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. The lady that I put her name up, Richardson, I think she related to Musa Beleti. And I just found out, I think this is her. Yes, she related to Musa Beleti. Again, she's part of the LEC Board, folks. Let's just hear from you very quick. Good news for Liberia today. Let's go back to politics, Liberia politics. Fidela Patrick, your video is not on. I'm seeing you in the back, but your video is not coming on. So when you're ready, you can join us. Beautiful news today is in the chat room. You guys saw it. There you have it, Money Captain. They would not renew his letter. We spoke about this. I would just go back to you, Asifa and Mr. Dualu, and Money Captain, best friend, Mr. Kwame, that was making $26,500 every month. They will not renew his contract. So we have said this. Let's hear you. These are their picture. They're currently in Ghana on a cruise, visiting, playing golf, and having fun. And the Liberian people still remain in darkness. Let me hear you, Ava, and then we'll go to Mr. Dualu.
My position has been clear, but before I say that, let me just say greetings to you, Stanton. Hi, Dr. Richardson. My old man Dualu, what's going on? And to the rest of the people out there who are watching and who will watch later, we say greetings. And, you know, as usual, it's good to be here to share our thoughts on some of these things. But yeah, I mean, I think it was overdue. Let's see what's next. Hopefully they will open up the search for this new person. I don't want to dwell on, you know, money. I want to look forward. I saw something today. I don't know if it's true. Supposedly, somebody was saying how the price doubled in terms of electricity. So I just hope there's not arbitrary price increase going on in Liberia, and that the Liberia Electricity Regulatory Committee will be watchful in this interim period of what's happening, that the people are it, you know, unnecessarily. But it's about really having a vision for electricity in Liberia, you know, the integration of all available kinds of electricity, renewables, you know, hydro, even wind turbines if possible, and then, biomass. So let's really look at our country and see what's best for you. I don't know that I've seen something holistic with regards to that. Hopefully the people from renewable or rural renewable energy can be more aggressive in working with whatever new leadership with LEC to see how renewable energy can be a major part of the new program coming up. We've mentioned on here before that the African Development Bank and the World Bank, I believe in collaboration, have a goal of cutting in half the number of people who don't have energy in sub-Saharan Africa. 600 million people. They got mentioned 300 million. So we just hope to see the best for Liberia, man.
Do you think, before we go to Brother Eduardo, do you think the money captain departure, as per the contract, the whole noise and everything, and right now the country stays in darkness? I want you to speak to it briefly is that a relief for Liberia, or you just thinking about who's next and what are they coming in with?
I don't know that is a relief. I don't want to personalize the feel of the system just to Moni Captain, even though he's been there for a while now, and the leadership is where the vision is supposed to come from, and being able to improve the system should come from. But I want to look forward to who's next, and what is their vision and how quickly can it be implemented to turn some things around. Are there some low-hanging implementation fruits that could happen, whether from metering to monitoring?
Will you be calling for audit? Will you be calling for audit?
Oh, well, you see, that should be standard. People should understand. Anytime there is a transition, it should be normal business practice for them to conduct an audit, even if it's just a baseline audit, to know what this person met when they were there, what they're leaving, and who's coming in. So an audit makes sense.
Thank you very much. Do you want to talk to us on this issue? It's very important.
Yeah, my people, y'all welcome to the show. I go start a new job, so I'm all over the place. I'll be late for a few weeks until I get on my feet. Stanton. So that's the reason why I was late today, guys. But it's always a pleasure to be here. But since I'm going to say this, though, this is not about money, Captain. And this is an analogy most Liberians will understand. You see Arsenal, you see Chelsea, you see Bayern Munich. If they have a coach, I don't care how good that coach is. If the coach is not winning, they're moving from there. It is the same thing. That's how we should be running government. If you occupy a government position or a government entity, and the position you occupy, you are not producing, it is not about you. It's about provision of services to the people. If those services are not being provided in a fashion that you should be providing them, they change you, not because there's anything wrong with you, but because that's what should be done frequently. And what that happens is it forces people to actually produce in the capacity they are in. Now, we have to talk so and talk so. Money has been running the operation for a very long time. Money understands how the operation works. But can we say Money Captain has produced to the level and the kind of money he's getting every month, has he produced to that level? That's what the Liberian people to answer. Should we say it's okay that Money Captain can go to Ghana and bring a Ghanaian and pay him over $20,000 to come work in Liberia when there are thousands of Liberians, even if not tens of thousands of Liberians scattered across the globe with equal capability or more, that he could have come and taken and brought him to Liberia? So the question is not about money, it's about production. And for me, this is a good decision. Maybe the next person will understand you are coming to this space to produce. And I want to say this, Tanto. If Asiva Tupa is given the position, and Asiva Tupa only collects a paycheck continuously, Asiva Tupa not just filling the country, he's filling himself. If I cannot produce in a capacity you put Dwalu in, I will resign. I won't allow to nobody else. They say, you tell me right now, Dwalu, go run public work. I know nothing about public work. I'm not going to take that job. I will take you, no, I don't know how to do that job. You put me to finance, you put me to commerce. This is somewhere I have expertise in. I would say this is where I can produce. A managerial position, I can produce there. Something that requires that kind of technical expertise to run JFK Hospital, that require understanding of medical. I know nothing about it. I will fail. And many times we'll just occupy the position and we'll collect a paycheck. It hurts the country. We need to find a way to stop that.
Okay, guys, so it's very important that Richardson, let's hear you, because we're going back and forth on this money issue. Now we're getting into it. Let's hear you. Money is up there. He's gone. He's not coming back. Kwame, this thing 11 more days, he will be out of there. Expire on the 15th. Money is the 31st. And these guys then they are served, make a lot of money, no improvement, LEC. Any way you put it, just no complete improvement. If you say there's any improvement, Dr. Richardson, right now the people saying is sleeping in darkness.
I think either Dwalu or Ava said this well, it's about productivity. We want to be able to see our country at a place where at least not like 30% of the people are getting electricity. That's very low. I think the most recent research said at least 30% of the people are receiving electricity in Liberia. So we want at least maybe 60, 70, if we can move that. I'm not saying it's going to happen right away, but gradually we should be able to do that. This dependency on the generator is not helpful. It's a hazard. It's a health hazard, in my opinion. How many times that people have not burned their homes? How many times have you not inhaled fuel? So it's not good for our country. Lastly, this is an opportunity for the person who's coming in to look at other new areas of electricity. This is the perfect timing because there's lots of different avenues, lots of different, innovation that's happening right now in the energy sector that I believe this person can, they can horn on and make Liberia a better place in terms of electricity. I mean, I hate going to Liberia nowadays. All the stores downtown shut down when I think 5, 6 o'clock, everything closes down. It's not because people don't want to make business. It's not because of, lack of commercialization. It's because there's no electricity. People are scared to be out there. If you don't have electricity, you have security problem. You have economic problem. You have education problem. You have healthcare problem. We could name the list of things that could be wrong if you don't have electricity or stable electricity in your country. So I think that, again, this is a new opportunity for better productivity.
Have you ever thought that this government was going to remove money capital with all the noise and the yelling and the complaining? People are getting frustrated. They were tired. Why money is still there? The president sent someone else the other day. Money refused to take the application. You know that better, Mame. And the person was going through the finance department. It was bad for the country. And here we are today, a mighty relief. Money is out. He's not coming back. Gone, finito. Have you ever thought that this on a breakout first 9 months, 10 months, it was going to happen? That's
No.
Richardson before we go to Mame.
No, I'll be honest. No, I never thought that he was going, because the president has shown a history to be slow to act. So maybe he's moving faster now. So that's why I didn't think that. But I'm happy that he made the decision, and I hope that the board will be, very hands-on in terms of making sure things work from an electricity point of view in Liberia.
Let me bring you in, Mame. It's good to see you too, Fatima. It's been a while. We hope that we have a peaceful show today since you appear. We pray to God in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord, please let it be peaceful, Lord, please. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Mame, let me bring you in. Mame, we got the letter. Because you guys come in late, let me put the letter up, right? I'm going to put money letter up first. We read the letter again. But, Duadu led to read it in his own terms. So, Duadu, can you please do us a favor? And let's get into it.
More hungry. Dear Mr. Captain, subject, non-renewal of consultancy contract. I hope this letter finds you well. Yeah, only that letter. There you go. I'm ready. I'm ready to formally notify you with the acquaintance of the president that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract. Enter into the 9th day of December 2022 by and between the Liberian Legislative Corporation and you for 2 years, which is set to expire on November 30th, 2024. After careful consideration, we have decided to move in a statutory governance direction upon the conclusion of this contract. We greatly appreciate the contributions you have made during the 2 years, and thank you for your commitment and services. Please ensure that all outstanding deliverables and any necessary documentation are submitted to the chairman of the board of directors or your successor by the contract expiration date. If you have any questions regarding this transition, feel free to reach out. Once again, thank you for your services, and we wish you every success in your future endeavors.
So I'll put the next one up. Here's the next one for Mr. Kwame.
That's not the same thing. I hope
Yeah,
this
the
letter
ninja
finds you
change.
well.
The same thing, the ninja change.
No, that's not the same thing, but brother, read it back. They might get different date, different time back.
Okay, I'll read it. I love you, the fish, no water away. That's what I say. I hope the letter finds you well. I'm ready to formally notify you that we will not be renewing your consultancy contract to enter into the 16th day of November 2022 by and between Liberia Electricity Corporation and you for a period of 24 months or 2 years, which is set to expire on November 15th.
That's it. The rest of it are the same. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So I just want us to call the date because this guy will be expiring in 11 days, but the Captain is at the end of the month. Talk to me, Mabe. What do you make of this great news for Liberia?
Yeah, I mean, it's good because we initially made a position here that Mr. Captain's leadership at the LEC was inefficient. We saw sufficient reason to believe that there were reasons to conduct audit to establish financial malpractices that we suspected. We told Mr. Captain it is nothing personal. We follow your track record in previous places. We saw what you did at LEC to be a complete deviation from what we expect you to be. You introduced corporate gangsterism at the institution. You did not accord courtesy to people who you should have accorded courtesy. You carried yourself as the law and God of the LEC. You politicized the distribution of electricity in Liberia. And because of the politicization of the electricity in Liberia, LEC was not able to meet its obligation, both to the people in terms of service delivery and to CRE that were providing power that you're supposed to sell and pay back. You made argument about power theft. We argue here and can prove that the power theft you're talking about is not with the small 1, 2, 5, 10 kilowatt people stealing. It's with the major corporations, the big companies, government institutions, that you're doing a strategy of you wash my back, I wash your back, and not collecting tariff and fees from them. So all in all, your leadership at LEC was inefficient. It caused problem for the government. Both George, we are government, and so we told President, we are the problem this LEC created for George, we are government. Do not inherit it. Otherwise, it will create similar problem for you. The people who presided it during the George Weah administration should not be the people to preside over it, because not because of any personal reasons, but because they have demonstrated consistent lack of capacity. They have demonstrated consistent lack of understanding on how to run such a public utility. So today, it is not a personal decision. We are happy that there is an opportunity for somebody to be recruited through a competitive process who will preside over LEC and address this perennial issue of electricity. To our people, it will not be automatic overnight. The new person will not just take over LEC and current be all in your homes. There are instances where we'll have to call on you. Electricity all around the world is not just a political commodity to donate to people. It is not just a social welfare thing. It's a business. This is where government gets involved. Government gets involved when government establishes that certain communities, certain people are in low income bracket and cannot afford, then government subsidize. Government say, okay, send to get your LEC, to get current in your home at $100 per month. We realize that the whole community that poor, more people living there, living poor, pay $50, government will pay the balance $50 for you. That's the subsidy we're talking about. But rest of the other people living in good income, pay your bills. Pay your bills. If you cannot pay your bill, LEC will not function. And if the management team at LEC is compromised to enforce that people pay their bill, LEC will not function. So it's a two-way street. Pay your bills And LEC should ensure that they are connecting people who get the capacity to pay. Those who do not have the capacity to pay, government can subsidize and LEC can connect. But it should not be a political commodity as it was done in the past.
Thank you very much, Mame. Fatima, LEC.
Well, first of all, I would like to say hi to all of the panelists. I'd like to say hi to the viewers across the globe, to the listeners, and to all of those who share our show, and come religiously to watch the show and be enlightened, and learn something. I just think that the news is welcoming. I for a long time I kind of felt some type of way about a foreign person being in our government. I mean, I'm not, because people say, oh, when you say that, you talk about, oh, you don't want people foreigners to work. No, I just feel like if we Liberians are fighting for jobs and want to be appointed, for them to have someone from another country, which of course I know Ghana would not take us and put us in that kind of position in Ghana. But to have someone else work in our government when there are people who, are equally as educated and can do the same thing. Liberians all over the world are expert in fields. So when I see other people in our government working and enjoying the wealth that Liberians themselves can enjoy, I think it bothers me. So I think this is welcoming, and people serve at the will and pleasure of the president. I'm glad that he's not renewing this contract. I think we need people that will come and relieve the burden of how people not having electricity in the country. Electricity is security. If you have electricity, you have security. If the place is dark, that's when people think that they can go and do whatever they can do. So I'm glad it's welcoming. I know you were saying that the president goes where, but I think he's doing his thing. He's listening. He's keeping his ears on the pavement. He's making sure that Liberians are first. So this is welcoming to me.
Thank you. Real quick, while we go to the next story, folks, it will be on the House of Representatives. Understand a lot of hoo-la-la happening there. We will get into that story. We want to say our time have changed. The time here right now went back, so we're 5 hours different from Liberia. When it is 12 p.m. here in America, Eastern time, it's 5 p.m. in Liberia. Therefore, we have made some adjustment in our schedule. We will be coming to you every evening. That will be 3:30 Eastern time. And again, we will start taking phone calls. It will be 8:30 Liberia time. Okay? So please, if you see you're trying to adjust and fight with the time today, because this one, it hit us hard. Now, I want to say to you, what you make about the ruling today, Dr. Richardson, we know Mame is in the back, Mr. Dualu. Then we'll talk about the protest. Then we really want to know from you, were there any ruling today as a matter of fact? Or they just sent it back home? That's what Richardson.
Well, based on what I got a chance to read, they sent the anti-governance 43 members back to their legislature to work. That's what I understood. They did ask if the 43 members anti-governance give due process to the speaker, and I understand that their lawyer, Vonnie Sherman, lied and said he did, but later on, they discovered that the speaker did not get due process. And I wanted to be clear that we are not, or I'm not here supporting Fanatic Kofor. I'm supporting the rule of law in the Constitution. And that's what I think that the Justice Department, the Supreme Court actually supported today. Go back and be a man, be a woman, stand up, get your 43, 49 members and vote him out if that's the case. But if you don't have that, it's immature to say, I can't sit under the gobber of a speaker. Then you don't want a job. It's like me saying, I don't want to listen to the instructions from my dean. Then I don't want my job because she's there for a purpose. So I'm glad. Let them go and duke it out as they should, as mature men and women should do that. Let them go and work for the Liberian people. I'll wait until you ask me another question because I know you were asking me about the protest. I do have a thought on that, but I wait. But that's my opinion right now. Let them go and work. Let them go
So,
and do their
so let me understand better that the Richard said. Are you saying that the real influence of someone today, were they any rooted at all?
I didn't look for winner or losers because I looked for the Liberian people, how they work.
Who went to the Supreme Court?
Well, it was Kofa's team represented by Serena Seafers and Justice Janice.
Okay, why? They went to the Supreme Court to do what? What would pray for?
Well, reportedly, there's a stalemate. There's a deadlock. You know, the 43 anti-governance.
So what would Fonati ask him for before we just run around the table? What do you think Fonati went to the court for? He went there to ask for what?
For them to go back to work.
That's what he went for? He went there and tell us, so you're telling people to come out of work?
Well, maybe I didn't get that part, but
Okay.
Yes, Article 33.
Hold on, guys. Guys, 1 minute. Let's do it one at a time. I'm going to go ahead and bring in, I was coming to you. I said, that Richardson said Fonati went to the Supreme Court with his lawyer, Serena Seafers. And by the way, Serena want us to call him. We'll call him. And Kabina Janet. I said, why Fonati went to the Supreme Court?
Well, since I exclusively did not talk to him, I would just say that from my perspective, he went there to enforce the Constitution. That is, the minority, the people who cannot have a session, can compel the majority to come to work. And I think that's what he wanted to happen. And hopefully that's what happens tomorrow. People will come to work and we'll have a session. And
so you are saying that he went to the Supreme Court for them to come to work?
Compel them to come to work, yes.
Okay. Dualu, is that the reason why he went to the Supreme Court, sir?
Primarily, yes. That's the reason why he went to the Supreme Court. The thing is, we cannot have separate chambers. And Fonati is not fighting his removal according to his position he's taking. He's telling them, if you're going to remove me, come to the legislature, let's do it properly. Right. And if you want to quantify in terms of win and loss on this case, the Supreme Court technically ruled in the direction of having the the House of Representatives go as one, and then they can make that decision. So it's not a win or lose, so to speak, but they get them in one house, and that's it. That was the goal.
I see that Fatima is shaking her head. Why Fonati went to the Supreme Court? Why they prayed for something? Fonati went there with a request. I see Dr. Rich is saying, I'm saying Mr. Dualu, my brother Abba say, he went there and said, Supreme Court, can you tell the people that kind of work? Why did he go to the Supreme Court? Why?
To request due process. He went to request due process. And so that was the request. And I think all of the things that we're hearing everywhere, that these guys were renegades, they were this and that, the Supreme Court did not acknowledge any of that. The Supreme Court stated that they did not even give them a stay. All they wanted to do was, if you say this mayor committed a crime or whatever he did, you'll take it to the floor, you'll argue it out, and then you'll decide on what you want to do. And in that process, I give you a time to do it. And then they stood up and said, okay, we were intending to do it in session tomorrow. And at that point, we'll present the case and then we'll move forward. So I think that's what they wanted to do. That's all he asked for, due process.
Okay, thank you very much, because we really got to, again, help our people understand. And then go to Mame. We'll get to it though. We'll get to whether there was any result. But why this day? Why Fonati? Why he ran to the Supreme Court? Supreme Court can't help me. Oh, mama, help me. Papa, help me. Fonati ran to the Supreme Court. Then they asked him, why are you here? Are you injured? Why are you here? What's the reason he went to the Supreme Court, Mame?
Mame,
are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I have in my possession copy of the petition that Fonati filed. I just share it in the chat room. And it is important.
Do you want me to put it up while you speak?
Yeah, you can put it up. It is important that people follow what Fonati went for and what happened today. Not our emotions, not how we feel. Fonati requested the Supreme Court to stop the majority back from proceeding the way they were proceeding to quote-unquote remove him. The word prohibition means to stop their activities. That's what he went for. To answer your question, that is it. Whether the Supreme Court did it today is the next conversation. But this was what he went for. Supreme Court stopped these people. This is a writ that he provided, and this is the petition that he provided, and the Supreme Court responded and called the parties together. Today, the Supreme Court is supposed to have made that decision, whether to stop them or not to stop them. For all indication, if that's the next stage we're going to,
yeah, let me get our brother Patrick, who just joining us. So, guys, real quick, as you can see, petition for a writ of prohibition. And you are saying that this writ of prohibition will say, stop everything. The majority black, we want you to stop everything that they are doing. So either or, we can also say, stop it and send it back to us. Bring them in the chamber, but this is the writ that was prayed for by Fonati. Stop everything. And before Brother Patrick come in, and this is what happened right here. And now come the petitioners in the above entitled course of action, and most respectfully pray, Your Honor, and this honorable court, for the issuance of alternative provisional writ of prohibition to restrain, inhibit, and prohibit the within name respondent and their collaborators to immediately refrain from all action and activities, including holding parallel section and seeking to perform any of their duties and responsibilities ascribed and assigned by the 1986 Constitution. Sorry, guys, I get it cold. And other laws to the Honorable Speaker of the Honorable House of Representatives as the Speaker of the 55th Legislature for the sole purpose to illegally and unconstitutionally removing Speaker Fonati Kofa, and for the following factual and legal reason as shown to wait. So now, there we have it. My brother Fundetta Patrick, welcome to the show. Let's talk about this. We now know the reason why Fonati went to the Supreme Court, and we will get to the action and decision that were made today. Your take, not on the protest yet, just the Supreme Court ruling today. We will start with you, Brother Patrick.
You know, thank you, Stanton, CEO, and the listening public. Like I always say that with respect to this particular discussion, it borders on the rule of law. We argue here for 2 weeks that Article 33 was misquoted by some members of the House of Representatives. Article 3 states clearly that a simple majority of each house shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business, but a lower number may adjourn from day to day and compel the attendance of absentee members. How do you compel the absentee members, those for the three lawmakers? The Constitution did not say negotiate. The Constitution said compel. It means it was intentional to compel the absentee members, the 43 lawmakers who refuse to attend section where the Speaker Fonati Kofa is presiding. Speaker and his group evoke Article 26 of the Liberian Constitution, which states where any person or an association alleges that any of the rights granted under this Constitution or legislation or directives are constitutionally contravened or violated, that person or association may evoke the privilege of the court, including a judgment of unconstitutionality. So, like you said, you cannot grab these people from their chamber and drag them. In law, when you compel, because the Constitution says the lower number shall compel It did not say, go and grab all of them, carry police, and carry them to the other chamber. You use the law. And this is where we have argued. The law is the law. He went to court. The Supreme Court said, well, we listen to your concern. I think the way you people are proceeding is not right. Your goal to status quo until your start. The Supreme Court does not have the right to impose on the lawmaker to say your activities, because they are actually branches of government. So today, what happened to the Supreme Court is clear. The Speaker and the people who stand by the rule of law, this ruling is clearly telling you that what was happening in the other chamber, it should not go on. But the Supreme Court cannot stop them from operating. They only told them, the way you proceeding, it is not right. Go by the process of due process. Due process is laid down in Article 38 of the Liberian Constitution, the last paragraph. Due process is also laid down in Article 49. Before you can even talk about removing the Speaker, 49 persons must sign. Interesting part of it, they were 43. As of today, one letter from them and join the other block.
Thank you. So, guys, it will be really important that we all go back to do this round. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I think that I want to reiterate my point. The Supreme Court asked them to stop what they are doing, which is sleeping at RLJ and thinking that it can make decisions there to impact the Liberian people. The Supreme Court asked them to go back to work. And it is where it is at work that due process can happen. It cannot happen at RLJ or anywhere else for that matter. So you guys go back to work. That's what the Supreme Court say. Put a stay on all of your rigmarole, all of the grandstanding that is occurring. You go back to work in the chambers where the work of the Liberian people should be done, and you make a decision. If 40, if you get 49 of you to remove the Speaker, then you do that. You due process is giving somebody the opportunity to defend themselves, telling somebody what is it that they did, wrong against the law, and giving them an opportunity to be able to explain themselves. Okay, whether it's true, what is not true, that's a whole nother story. But what the Supreme Court asked them to do was to go back to work, where they can put the big boy pants and the big girl pants on and say, I, Francine Chenoweth Richardson, do not want Fanati Kofa to be the Speaker for XYZ reason. And that's what is happening. So they for them to put a stay on having these two different groups and return to the chamber as the House of Representatives that they are, the honorable people that they are, to do the work of the Liberian people, because obviously this division is not helping Liberia at all. That's what I have to say.
So thank you very much. Let me come to let me come to you. And again, for that internet is giving problem, he will be back. So let's do this round. So let's make it juicy a little bit. You listen to what Dr. Richardson said. I didn't see anybody going home with a trophy today. I will call 40, the representative 40 family. I will call the councilor Sereno Cephas. You want us to call him? Then maybe Marvin Cole will come and speak to this likewise. But for me, I didn't see anybody going home with a trophy. It's like the Supreme Court say, you'll take your nonsense friend, you'll go back and fix it. You'll put your big boards and gas pants on and fix this thing. What say you? They didn't say nonsense now because Justice Kabbalah, my man, or Justice Wilson, my man. But what say you?
As much as I don't want this to be a zero-sum game where one person got to win and carry everything home, the reality is there were people on different sides of this situation, right, holding certain positions. What the Supreme Court has basically said is, whatever you guys are doing outside there is wrong, okay? You guys have to conduct due process. In order to do due process, you got to have a session. In order to have a session, the session has to be under the speaker, gavel, and y'all got to be more than 37. So
no, I don't think the Supreme Court said that. No.
But you asking for an interpretation, you asking for they will not explicitly say it. But if you say the Supreme Court say you carry your nonsense and go do it,
no, but hold on, brother. We got ready to say, there's nothing coming through that the Supreme Court say you're going off for Latico for the whole session. That's all I want to correct you on.
But Stanton, I mean, and that's why for me, I'm getting concerned. You got the interview of the spokesperson of the Supreme Court.
I'm going to put it up.
Yeah, all the thing was saying.
You want me to put it up when I say by talking, or you want me to put it up when you're talking?
I mean, put it up for the public. Put it on now because
no. But let's do this round very quick. Let's do it right now. Put it up.
Yeah, what happened? No, because what happened?
Don't get critique.
No, wait for me.
Critique what the man saying.
I have 30 seconds. What happened is, usually we come on the show. Everybody come from different working places. Nobody will follow all the issues the way it's going. Why am I follow that the regency will not follow it? What that the regency will follow, I might not follow it. So what we're doing now is we're putting information outside that did not happen at the Supreme Court, which is bad. So please,
so I will agree with you. I will agree with you. But again, please consider us. Abba have spoken. Let's go to Mr. Duaru. Then he said,
interrupted me. I didn't finish speaking. So let me address.
Abba, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Duaru. I want to give Duaru a chance to take a snap of it, and then we'll put it up. Duaru.
Stanton, I think we're making a mistake here. Set the Supreme Court lecture aside for a second. Yes, my thing. We keep saying due process. In the legislature, the concept of due process, when I think about it, I think court proceedings.
Sorry, Duaru. Mama, can you resend it to me? I'm not saying it. Please, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, the concept of due process, when I think about it, I think about court proceedings. What's happening in the legislature is the political proceeding. Now, the gist of this prohibition or inhibition or limitation or restriction from the Supreme Court is simply stating you'll go back in the House and you address the problem as it should be addressed in the House. I don't think it's a ruling that has a zero-sum game or has a winning factor to it. The intent of this prohibition is let's get back under one roof and then maybe perhaps we can vote. But I think at the end of the day, we're forgetting this. If they all go back under our roof, Falandi Goba wins. Because he's not going to be removed. They will not get the number. Once they go back under the roof, he wins. That's what I want to say.
Okay, I'm uploading the Mame. Come in, Mame, talk to us. I'm uploading this this video.
Today, the Supreme Court hearing was not carried live. Up to this point, I just found the Supreme Court website. There is no ruling from the Supreme Court. What the position of the court is, there is no ruling. However, the spokesperson of the Supreme Court granted an interview and said the Supreme Court heard both parties. Let me say the Supreme Court, the Justice in Chimo heard both parties.
The Supreme Court got spokesperson? What's the name?
Yes, Ambrose Mann.
Okay.
It's the spokesperson of the judiciary by extension the Supreme Court.
Okay.
He got the interview. He said the Justice in Chimo heard both parties. The Justice in Chimo is reviewing the different presentations they made, and at the appropriate time, he will communicate his decision. The journalist asks, how long does it take? He said it usually takes few days because since this is a constitutional matter, I'm optimistic that it will be soon enough. Play the recording.
All right. So I'm going to play the recording. And hold on 1 minute, guys. Let me play the recording. Then we'll bring in 40 Representative Famble.
Question to
let me play the recording. Go ahead. I'm playing the recording right now.
Yes, are you getting it? Yeah. So I'm saying we were trying to find out if any decision has been reached so far in the matter from the House of Representatives that was before the Supreme Court, where they were invited for a conference on today.
Not that I know of as at this moment.
Okay.
After the conference, I know the justice said he's going to get back to the parties. So we'll wait for the justice to communicate to the parties. And there are two things: either issue the rate for a formal argument or decline to issue the rate. The justice have not communicated. I don't know that decision has been communicated as yet.
Okay. Usually, how long will it take?
Well, it's within the justice's discretion, but sometimes it can be right at the conference if the justice, for whatever reason, can decide that, look, I will issue the rate and ask the to do a form of legal returns, or you can say, I will not issue the rate, or it will take a day or so, but it's in the justice's discretion. I'm sure after the arguments in the conference, he wants to weigh the options and decide when he will make that determination. I'm sure it will be very soon.
Okay. In this case that has high stakes attached to it, is it possible that after such a conference, rather than issuing or declining the rate, that other parties could make certain commitments that yes, we are going to do this, rather than going to the next level of a formal argument?
The essence of the conference is to bring the parties together to see if you cannot make it to solve the issue.
All right, so they stopped Mame, but thanks to OKFM, who's the person doing it?
Yeah, conducted the interview.
Junior Jen, thanks to Junior Jen from OKFM. Let's hear you now, Mame. Make your argument.
Yeah.
Asido, welcome to the show too.
So based on that, I come to the show knowing that the Supreme Court did not make a decision. I come to the show knowing that the rate that Funati prayed for, which was a rate to prohibit all activities of the majority black, because it's written in what Santon put up, to stop, prohibit, prevent all activities. That rate that he prayed for, the Supreme Court did not issue it. Equally so, the Supreme Court did not say, I will not issue it. The Supreme Court say, give me chance, that the spokesperson said, we will make a decision and communicate it. Supreme Court decisions are written and published. They're not in gossip. That's the first point I wanted to make. The second point now, after we leave from that, knowing that no decision has been made, we can talk about the politics around it. We can opinionate and suspect and talk about what will happen tomorrow. I can argue that tomorrow, the majority black will go into the John Chimor and call on Speaker Kofa to come. Why do we want to do so? Because everybody here is arguing about illegal action. Let me give you timeline in 30 seconds. Start on. It was October 17 when these group of lawmakers, I don't know for the TD or what, their first action they did was to move to the chamber, the original chamber, and present their case. They were prevented. They were stopped. The door was locked. Today you call in a renegade. The first thing they did was to move to the chamber established for their hearing. They went there. They were prevented. They were stopped. They locked the door. That was October 17. October 22nd, they say, okay, say you lock the door and you're preventing us from coming there, we will sit in the joint chamber. That's how they went in the joint chamber. Because people acting on behalf of Funati blocked them, locked the door, and prevented them from entering. So they moved to the joint chamber and called on Thomas Fowler to join them. Thomas Fowler joined them on the 29th. And when he joined them with the entire clerical staff. Then you calling their action illegal? You calling their action to be arbitrary? They went through the real process. It was the Funati black. It was the Funati black that prevented them from entering in the chamber, that locked the door. It was on that basis they went to the joint chamber and said, since you blocking us from entering, since you stopping us from entering, you have made the place hostile, ungovernable, and unsafe for us. We will sit here and call the deputy speaker to come. That's how they called Thomas Fowler, and Thomas Fowler went there and joined them. They still feel insecure. They still feel the place is hostile, and calling on the speaker to come to a place where they're not blocking door, they're not blocking anybody, to come and present their complaints for it to be.
Thank you. So I'm gonna give you guys, because it's very important. We got 40. We'll call 7 on C4s, and I think Marvin Cole will be joining us too. But let's make this the best we can. Marvin, thank you. You have laid out your own argument. Let me bring in. I'll give you 30 seconds because we interrupted you. Make your case.
Yeah, I don't think the sequence that Mame is trying to lay out is it. Didn't the video show Thomas Fala right there at that door trying to enter too? So for you to say Thomas Fala just joined the people on the 19th or whatever day is wrong. Thomas Fala was included with that group trying to enter on that particular day. And if they had given them the opportunity to have any audience, they would have claimed that they had whatever numbers they needed to oust the speaker. It would have been illegal. It would have been like totally against the Constitution. So they had no authority to go with 47 persons or 46 persons, whatever, to do that. Period, Mame. They didn't have the authority. They don't have the gavel.
Thank you, Fatima. Your 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, I think most of the things that I wanted to say, Abdullah Mame have said it. I think the speaker, like I said, he needs a lot of work to do to try to convince these people. These are people that are sat on his gavel. And at this point in time, they believe that they can no longer sit on his gavel. And they are holding the line, they are not budging. And so I think the right thing for the speaker to do is to be in conference with them and try to convince them to come. Because the fact remains, as much as people don't want to hear it, if they do not join the speaker, he does not have quorum. He cannot conduct the Liberian people business. If the deputy speaker sits with them, he has quorum and they have a presiding officer. And that is what it is. I mean, we can say whatever we want to say, but that's the fact.
Thank you, Mr. Dwalu.
I think I've spoken to this enough and I've made my point. There's nothing to the contrary. They just want them in the same house. It's the gist of that prohibition, yeah.
Thank you. Asido, welcome to the show.
Well, Stanton, thank you for having me on and another day to discuss the same thing. So let me start off by sending my very highest respect to the Honorable Lawmaker, President Cooper, who chose the rule of law today over rebellious act by dishing out majority black to return to doing the people's work. I think in the face of all of this, she has shown herself as a woman and a leader. I want to extend my own congratulations to her for taking that route. So, you know, Stanton, no amount of yelling can change what is real. First off, let's go to the recording. I think our ears are clear. We don't have wax in the ear. The man who was talking said he did not know if the justice in chamber issued or not issued. He didn't say they didn't issue. He said he didn't know. He was not aware. But let's leave where he said. Let's make sense out of this whole thing. Thank God Fambule is coming. Fambule had an interview and he said, unquote, yes, we are going to our chamber to start the legal process. Vani Sherman said, unquote, once the legal process has not been initiated, Speaker Kofa remains the speaker. What does that tell the human brain? It means something was said. It is that thing they were speaking on. Because they all agree. I just started.
It was 30 seconds, brother. It was 30 seconds. Let me give you a same 30 second Quinn Gray.
I think in this case, Isaac Vatuba made the case the way I would have made it. You see, anytime there's a legal principle introduced in any rule of law in a corridor, they will define everything. By quorum, they mean a quorum consistent of the leadership. You understand? And not just group of people just gang up together. Anything void of that leadership is not a quorum. So the definition of a quorum is there. Go back and look. So why are people dancing around that we have the number, we have quorum, you don't have a quorum if it is void of the leadership. The Honorable House of Representatives is functional under a speaker, period. Anything void of that is not a HOR, that group of renegades. And we refer to them as such. So the Supreme Court has said, go back, meaning go back under the leadership of the House, under the Speaker, and conduct yourself. That what that means in that term. Why are we dancing here and there? People, do the right thing. Firstly, why I hear this
Thank
kind
you,
of
Conor Gray.
why I hear cliche, do the right is the right thing. Who
Thank you, Conor
determines
Gray.
what's the right thing if it's not defined?
Thank you, Conor Gray. Thank you very much. Let me bring you forward. Welcome to you, Dr. Richardson, because you spoke on this before. Welcome to the show, Representative Fambula. Let's hear you. You live. You on speaker, sir.
Okay. In Stanton, today was a wonderful day. Today, the majority bloc walked out of section knowing that they had victory. Today, established all of the argument that we have been having, putting us on the right track. What happened today? There was a raid filed by Speaker Kofa. On that raid, the first count was that he said he was asking the judge in Chima, the justice in Chima, that he would order a writ of prohibition directing respondent to refrain from any and all action. You can put this piece on your television for everyone to see it. Any and all action, activities, including illegal holding or separate sections, seeking to remove him. This was how the judge answered that question. The first thing the judge said, I did not put any say order on any of the proceeding of the legislature. What we have said all the time, the judge did not put any stay order on our setting. We were conducting section in the joint chamber, and that section was legitimate. And today the judge clarified that. He said, I've never stopped any one of you. All I did was to invite you for a conference to listen to the complaint of Fonati that you people has removed him. We said the procedure that as leaders in the legislature, we are expressed a vote of a process that lead to his removal. That process is on. Now we are saying he does not have our confidence. And
so before we get there, I beg you, Honorable Fambula, let's read it.
That was a victory for us today.
Honorable Fambula, 1 minute.
It is lawful, yes.
One minute. These are the 5 major reasons the Speaker read to the Supreme Court. We all can agree. Wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, it is the prayer of petitioner as follow 1. And you can please answer, and anybody can come and correct if you are wrong. 1, that your honor will order issues the alternative rate of prohibition, directing respondents to refrain from any or all actions and activities, including illegal holding of separate session, seeking to remove petitioner. Am I correct? That's the first one Fonati asked for. Where Fonati, did the judge say, okay, Fonati, you are right, guys, you stop. Talk to us about this first one. Did the judge grant Fonati his prayer?
The first thing is that there is no illegal separate session being conducted anywhere in the Republic of Liberia.
Was the prayer of number 1 granted to Fonati?
No.
No.
All right, then we go to the next one. 2, that your honor will order a stay on all proceedings, on all separate sessions, by the self-styled majority bloc, the respondent herein, and that your honor will instruct the parties to return to status quo ante. Did the justice in chamber grant this, saying you guys should go back and sit on a Fonati?
The judge did not grant this. The judge did not order. Or what the judge said was that I did not stop you guys from conducting activities as a majority bloc or as a group of lawmakers in plenary. So the judge cannot interfere in our administrative matter, our internal function. That is Article 3, the separations of power. The judge was very clear. that this aspect
So
of
let's
the
go.
legislature.
So I'm reading it. I'm reading it. Let's just take it easy. Let's go to the third one. That your honor will cause a conference photo with a hearing, and therefore issue the preemptory writ as a matter of law. Was this also accepted? Did the judge accept this? And the conference was
The
held?
judge, because all of what I'm saying, I was in the Supreme Court today. The judge said for this part, the aspect that has to do with the removal of Speaker Kofa and due process, he going to pass on it and he will come down with amended. But I was sitting as lawmaker in section in the joint chamber.
So for number 3,
NSA order.
no. So for number 3, the judge will come back with a ruling, right?
Ask for preemptory writ, and that writ is intended to place a stay on our setting. His
Okay.
concern is about whether or not we are, all of the lawmakers sitting in the joint chamber are sitting in a legitimate section, and that writ.
So number 4 say.
Aspect of it, the judge said there's no way in which he can place a stay order.
All right, let's go to number 4. Real quick, for those in the radio land, that your honor will pass any order and issue any instruction mandating the respondent to refrain from holding and conducting secret sessions in contravention of the House rule. And number 5, that your honor will grant unto a petitioner all and any further relief that your honor may deem just and equitable in the premise. So we have read them all 5. Can you tell us, and folks listen to us by radio, which one was granted?
Nothing.
Honorable Famula? Honorable Famula? Yeah, which one was granted?
None of what the biggest thing Honorable Kova was trying to ask for was to ensure that the judge could place a stay order on our proceeding in the joint chamber and ask us to return to his chamber and sit on his gavel.
So that hold you there. Let me give the other guys a chance, because he said nothing was granted. We saw that.
Authority, and as such, he cannot place a stay order on that process. The process that has to do with the removal of the speaker, because that process called for due process that we believe we're going to afford the speaker.
Okay, we'll get there. We will get to the due. We will get to the due process, Honorable Famble. Anybody have question to these 5 different decisions that was presented that the judge should pray on? But yet instead, the judge said no to them all 5. Dr. Richardson, you get anything on these?
No. He said the last thing that they're going to afford him due process, and I think that's what we have asked for, due process according
but we are coming to the due process, but they didn't cancel the session. They didn't ask them to go back to for that session. They didn't ask any other thing to say, you know what, due process. Fatima, are you seeing anything here on these 5 different?
This is what they're saying, and that's why this is what they're saying.
So Stanton, I don't know if we got any right to ask too.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yes, I'm coming to you, Isaac. That's why I'm asking you guys one at a time. You got any question or anything you want to speak to here, Fatima?
No, thank you.
Let me speak.
No, Mommy.
The Supreme Court is a professional body. They do not operate in secret. The rulings go on the Supreme Court website. Every ruling of the Supreme Court is there. You there, right? Every decision of the Supreme Court is on the Supreme Court website. What kind of country we're running? People, I mean, if you didn't know and somebody say it, that's fine. But to argue that the Supreme Court rule when there is no ruling, I mean, it's wrong. The Supreme Court is saying, I will make a ruling later. I have listened to both of you. I will make a ruling later. That's what the Supreme Court said. So in the absence of that, we all can make our political analysis. But to make the argument that Supreme Court ruled and instructed people to go back or told people to do this, it's wrong. Don't do it to your country.
All right, let me bring it to
Don't do it.
Thank you. Eduardo, you want to ask a question or you want to say anything?
I mean, we can say everything we can say. I mean, it is what it is, man. Yeah.
Okay, go, Isaac.
Yeah, Stanton. So before I ask question, I would want to say to you, if something is not in your favor, please allow the people have equal time. Thank you. So for the, I have a quick
What you
question
just
for you.
said? Something is not in my. What
No,
you just
I'm
said?
saying if something is not in your favor and those who
I
are
said,
speaking
listen, you gotta
against
take
your
pen.
favor,
Listen, only one moderator here. We are not forcing, okay? I give
yeah,
you 30
you should
seconds
give.
and you get 30 seconds. So please,
Yeah, you should.
don't tell me
We
about
know
equal
once
time.
something is not in your favor, you don't give people
I
chance
say
to
you will
talk.
not have this on the show
Thank you.
today. I'm not here for it. If you don't want to speak,
Well,
come back tomorrow. That's the
no, I
best I
want to
can
speak
do.
and I'm speaking.
Do
Give us
not
equal
throw
time to talk.
any
Thank
jab.
you.
Yeah, I say no. Let me say you
Thank you.
thank you. I say
So
you got 30
for the
seconds. No, hold on. I say hold on. You will not be condescending on the show. We respect each other, but don't bring that thing yet, please. If you don't want to speak, you can come back tomorrow. You have your 30 seconds. You can make your point or you can ask your
you
question.
weren't giving 30 seconds to people. I'm only giving 30 seconds
I
for the
say
first
you
time.
have 30 seconds, my
Who
brother,
did you
please.
30 seconds?
I
Not
say
because it's not in your favor.
I say you can come back tomorrow. I'm not here for this, please. You can't tell me about things not in my favor. We're not forcing you. If you don't want to be on the show, don't come on the show. Conor Gray, can we hear you, please? I will still got 40 formula on the phone.
So, Representative Family, I want you to just give me a small summary of what the judge said, because we were not there. We heard the video, the recording, but you tell us in a nutshell what the judge said in his chamber.
So some of the many reasons why Speaker Kofa went to the Supreme Court was one, to ensure that the Supreme Court can place a stay order on the session that is being held in the joint chamber that has quorum and order the parties to return under his gavel. That was one of the most discussed issues over the past few days. What the judge informed us was that he was interested in knowing as to whether or not that chamber, that session that is being held, has been able to begin the process of the speaker removal. Because the issue that has to do with the session, he has not placed any stay order on our sitting in the joint chamber. As such, he even made a statement. He made it very clear. He said, I did not put any stay order on the regular proceeding of the legislature. And the regular proceeding of the legislature is to establish a quorum and transact business for the Liberian people. So that was the direct quotation from the justice in chamber. More than that, he reserved ruling on the issue that has to do, because the argument was, has you people started the due that has to do with the removal of the speaker? Our lawyer said no. We are putting in place every measure to begin this process beyond Tuesday. So that issue was, that information was provided, and including the official complaint that was filed before the presiding on the 21st. That complaint is there. That complaint will be brought on the front.
Okay, so we will come to that. We'll come to that, Honorable Family. Let's hear from Asif Vato whether we'll go to Asif Do. Asif Vat, what do you make of all these different things that the justice in chamber just pass on?
Well, based on what Representative Famula is saying, the justice in chamber did not recognize any of the requests that Funati were making, anything he was praying in the court for. My question to the representative is, so things will just go on as they have been going on, right? Tomorrow you will meet in another session. You all claim you got quorum. If there's a concession, 1 second, let me finish. If there's a concession for you to approve and ratify, you'll go and ratify or concession tomorrow. Even though the speaker is in the country, the speaker is in a house, but a certain number of legislators can define themselves as a quorum, not on the gavel of the official presiding officer, and go and make decisions for the Republic of Liberia. Is that what you are saying?
You know what is difficult here for you to accept is the reality of the running of the legislature. The fact that matter as it is will not border on the removal of the speaker. Prior to the ruling of the justice, we can proceed in transacting business in the interest of the country, in as much as we can establish a quorum. You need to accept this as a reality that the House function on the basis of normal precedent. You have to have a specific number to validate your decision. You need to accept this. Isaac,
Honorable, I don't think you understand.
that is what the law says.
I don't think you understand where you are, though. Because if you say anytime a quorum, which is probably 38 lawmakers, 37 or 38, can that get together and make a decision for the country? 37 without the speaker who is physically present in the country, in the vicinity, then we got a more than rebel government. We got no sense of democracy.
No.
All right, so let allow Foley to answer.
Let me provide a further answer for him. The first thing is that the speaker can be present in Liberia. If he failed to show up in section and the roll call is done, he's considered absent. That is what our procedure call for. Whether he is at his house is closer to the Capitol building and there is a roll call. The fact that he failed to answer present, the recording clerk will mark him absent. That is the law. That is the procedure. So it does not call for where he is. Whether he in Newtown, West Point, Douala, the fact that he cannot appear in section and among the 37 people that legitimate decision is absent.
Thank you very much. I said, though you want to come in. I said, though you want to come in.
Yeah, Fambula, nice talking to you. How many times, Fambula, will we tell you to take small time off the plenty time at RLJ and read small, my brother? But man, why are you doing this thing to young people and to Liberia? I'm sure you are at RLJ right now. You will not take time to read something, Fambula. Read. You got too much time at RLJ. So, Fambula, if somebody is in the second grade, the census tells you the person left from first grade. Let me, yeah, that truth. Yes, let me end. So, Fambula, if somebody is in the second grade, the census you have means the person left from first grade, they came to second grade. So 1, 2, 3, that's how it happens.
Oh, they get double promotion.
The justice, oh yeah, you can get promotion, it means you left from there. The justice in chamber asks the majority to proceed in line with due process. So the justice in chamber answer everything that Funanti asks for. What is due process? Fambule, it says elect your speaker. Let me end, my man. I say something about you. You always arrogant. Just wait. Just wait. I beg you. Yeah, you always arrogant. Slow down. So it says elect your speaker. The speaker is the presiding officer. If you have a complaint, you write your complaint, you give it to the presiding officer. If the complaint is against the presiding officer then recuses himself or herself. So the due process of law is what the justice in chamber asks you to follow. And unfortunately, my brother, while you are in your good hotel room at RLJ, you are telling us that once the lawmakers got 37 persons, they constitute a quorum, they can do business. Meaning, if 37 person comes to visit you in your office, you will do business. When 37 person go to RLJ hotel to be there, you will do business. When 37 person go right by the chief justice office, you will do business. My brother, it has to be under the leadership of the presiding officer who is the speaker. And to close, I don't have a question to you, but let me just quickly close. You yourself said tomorrow you will begin the legal process to remove the speaker. It tells anybody with small brain that all of the processes you've been doing have been illegal. That you alluding that tomorrow you will start legal thing. Family, you are a brother.
Thank you.
Leave the hotel and go to work.
Thank you, Ase.
You can say anything you want to say.
Thank you, Ase Do. Please go ahead.
So the first thing is that I think he's more interested as to where I stay when I come to Monrovia. I come from a district in Bond County I own my property in Bond County. I have a hotel, a guest house in Bond County. I have a house. If I'm in Bond County, there's no reason why I should sleep in a guest house. When I'm in Monrovia, I come to work. And when I come to work, I will want to stay in an environment that is most secure for me. Not to stay in a district that the representative object to the constitutional process that I support. So have I asked AXE to please help in any way as to how much I'm paying to sleep into any guest house in this republic? I've never done that. What I have done, I have consistently gone to work in keeping with my function. His concern, and the law was very clear. The justice first clarified that he did not place any say order on our activities in Chima. What he's concerned about is about the removal as to whether or not we will provide due process. Due process is a formal procedure laid out to give someone the opportunity to explain themselves, and which we have not denied that. We're going to initiate that process. We're going to set up a committee of a whole that everyone in this country will listen to the fight and will take a decision. So I say you just don't need to drum this gun. You just don't need to be concerned as to where lawmakers sleep before they go to work. If we decide to live to one of our colleagues' house, if my colleague want to stay in Bond Mines and come to work, they are at liberty and you will not pay their bills. You are just concerned about something that you are not taking any burden from. No one told you that government paying our bills. All of those who are sleeping in RLJ or in Bond Mines to my guests or wheresoever, they have the capacity to pay for their bills. Stop this thing. It's just unfortunate you go.
Okay, so Honorable Famila,
focus on the issue.
So let's move forward. Okay, now the Supreme Court said you're back. Everybody concerned.
The Supreme Court did not care about only. The Supreme Court had not passed on how they see the due process, whether they should issue the.
No, but let me finish. Let me finish, honorable man. Let me finish, please. I will say what I want to say because Supreme Court say you're back. You guys are not at the Supreme Court. They have not come up with a ruling. They say you're back. But you're gonna go to the John Chamber. Fonati will go to where he belongs. Then go back and talk about the elephant in the room. What's happened tomorrow?
So your issue, when we begin the process after the ruling of the Supreme Court, whether Fonati is out of this country or in this country, we're going to serve him a formal notice inviting him to plenary to provide his side of the story. Because an official communication of a complaint before plenary.
So, Famila, listen, I beg you back, please, I beg you. We're feeling with the Supreme Court now. Let's just talk about the librarian people want to know what happened tomorrow.
Why we can show the librarian people the speaker will be given due process?
How?
We are in the process of ensuring that the speaker will get due process in the joint chamber. He will be invited. He will have his day before his colleague. He will listen to the fights, will listen to the complaint, and there will be a decision taken.
So tomorrow.
And let me tell you this: our rules provide for investigations of members.
No, we are not there yet. We are not there yet. Let's take it easy now, Honorable Family. Tomorrow you're going to go to the Capitol building. We pray all is well. Then what? You guys going to present a letter. A letter will be taken off Fonati because I don't think he's going to come into your John chamber. Can you walk us through this step one at a time? What happened tomorrow?
So tomorrow we will appear in session again, and that session will be presided over by the Deputy Speaker. And the next thing that we are waiting on is whether or not, maybe before the morning hour, the Justice in Chima will come up with his ruling as to whether to issue a writ on the procedure leading to the due process that has to do the speaker removal. With that writ, we're going to act in keeping with the law. If there is no rate, there are formal communications before plenary to act on issues of importance to the Liberian people. Liberians want to understand how is it that the Ministry of Land, Internal Affairs has put in place their own measure, the measure that has to do with the full implementations of the local government.
Yeah, but you going somewhere else though. We listen. We are tired. I'm not too well.
Legislature,
Tell me, just tell us. No, honorable family. Just tell us what's going to happen tomorrow. On the side of you guys going to prepare a complaint, or it have been prepared, you guys going to put a resolution, or you got a resolution, you will send it over to Fonati, Infati Fonati over.
A formal complaint. There is a formal complaint against the speaker that was filed by Honorable Johnson Williams. That complaint has been received by the deputy chief clerk. That complaint copy was shared with the justice in chamber today. So the presiding officer, being the deputy speaker, will act in keeping with what our rules provide.
And that is tomorrow. You guys going to the presiding officer, who is Thomas Fala, will present with I say deputy chief clerk to take the complaint of Fonati Kofa.
You know, the issue there is that it depends on the wisdom of the presiding as to how to set up and the wisdom of the presiding and the mandate of plenary, because there will be communication. When communications are placed on the floor, it is open for discussions, and there is a motion taken, and that motion, the decision become final. So based on the mandate of plenary, the presiding will act in keeping with what plenary says.
And at the end of the day, it should go over to Fonati Kofa, inviting him for a year.
If plenary mandate that communication be served to the speaker, he will be served tomorrow. The plenary mandate based on the ruling from the Supreme Court.
Mami?
To ask Famule, and this is just a rhetorical question, to address this issue about speaker in the country. Take a scenario on inauguration day. The speaker is in the country. He doesn't show up to answer present to the roll call. And the Constitution says he should give the oath of office to the president, or he should preside over the hearing. Will the legislature wait until the speaker comes? And if he doesn't come, will the swearing-in program not proceed because the speaker has refused to come? What will happen in that case? On inauguration day, a speaker is in the country. Yeah, on inauguration day, a speaker is in the country. The majority member of the legislature assemble, roll call is done, he is absent. What will happen?
So the first thing, like you said, there will be a roll call. And that roll call would need to establish as to whether or not we have quorum to conduct official business for that day. And when that roll call is done, the next in line in terms of seniority, in that instant, if the deputy speaker is present, he will preside and act instead of the speaker. And ensure that he presides over that session for the transactions of business, and that business become legal.
Even though the speaker is in the country.
And in the absence of the deputy speaker, in line in terms of those who are in leadership position who play their role, they fight that they have a quorum.
Okay, I know you guys have questions for Honorable Family before we ask him out, because I'm kind of confused, Honorable Family. I don't know what you guys are doing about. I'm seriously confused, because you took me back to say you're going to wait for the Supreme Court again and see what are they voting, and a lot of folks joining us say they're confused. I thought you guys left the Supreme Court pending the decision of the Supreme Court, but it looks like
the Supreme Court to continue with our session. When we left the Supreme Court knowing that there was no stay order on our session and our being in the joint chamber was legal, we left the Supreme Court knowing that the aspect of the request made by the speaker, that body should play, that the Supreme Court should place a stay order on our proceeding, on any proceeding that has to do with his removal. It is that question the justice in chamber need to solve, and we await that answer.
But
we are in a position now to provide a speaker with due process. The speaker deserves due process, then we're going to invite him to session and we'll provide him due process.
Thank you very much, Honorable Family. It's good always having you. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Okay, thank you again.
Sandra, can I
forward to provide clarity. Well,
Thank you very much, Honorable Family. Guys, I think we heard enough from Representative Family yet, but yet and still, maybe somebody else will help me better. I'm confused. I'm confused because I thought I was coming into this thing. To be frank, I love to be me. I am confused because I'm not seeing anything. They went to the Supreme Court, but they're saying they're waiting for the ruling. But then what next? You say you want to give Fonati a due process. Are you waiting for ruling to give Fonati due process, or you will not wait for the ruling, or you will just? I mean, can somebody help me? I'm confused. That Richard saying you want to help me? Yeah, that Richard saying kind of quick. You want to help me? That Richard saying because I'm seriously confused. Seriously.
Well, the only thing I can say is that the fact that there is a delay in the Supreme Court's decision is concerning to me. And the reason why this is concerned because there's a stalemate in terms of there's a deadlock in terms of how this body is supposed to do the work of the Liberian people. I expected them to act immediately and speedily, but since from what I heard, people are saying that there were no decisions made. But what Representative Fumler is telling us that even though there was no decision made, they are going to do something different tomorrow. And what they're going to do is give the speaker legal due process, which is what we've been asking for. We are asking them to come to work, to do the Liberian people's work. That's okay. That's all I ask them for.
Yeah, but that Richard say, what? They are not going to sit on a Fonati Kofa, right? Two.
I don't know.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm saying that they will not sit on a Fonati Kofa. The justice in chamber didn't tell them, say, you'll go sit on a Fonati Kofa. Even if the justice in chamber tell them to sit on a Fonati Kofa, they will not listen to the justice in chamber. They say they got 42, 43 men. There were 44 proceedings left. They come down to 43. So therefore, my own question here, what's happening tomorrow? And the honorable man said, well, we're going to wait for the justice in chamber. But in the meantime, we'll do our job. Are you going to serve Fonati Kofa a letter inviting him to come for investigation? Are you saying that Fonati should leave the main chamber and come to the joint chamber to sit under you guys for investigation? These are the things that are making me confused. Or are we just going to waste the Liberian people time? Sister Fatima, talk to me. I am confused, seriously.
So CEO, what I understood the honorable for the when he was speaking, what I understood from his statement was that tomorrow they are supposed to actually try to give the speaker due process, but they're not sure. They're waiting for the ruling before they start that process because they did not get a ruling yet. That's what I understood. But in all fairness, I feel that now that they are talking about giving the speaker due process, I would have thought for a long time that they would have been doing some background, negotiations because, like you were saying, CEO, they're not going to go sit under the speaker's gavel. They believe that they have decided, all of them have decided that they can no longer sit under the speaker's gavel and they're not going to go there. So the next best thing I heard him say was they're going to wait. They're going to start the process, but at the same time, they will be waiting on the rulings of the Supreme Court tomorrow so as to show them how to proceed. I think that's
what I'm question though, and my question is, when they took this job, they often come here all the time, and one of the main things they say is the majority have the say, and majority have the will, and the minority have the say. Okay, now if they're gonna move on to do due process and they don't have enough votes, like they're saying, they know their rules, they read the rules before, they don't have enough votes. So can they just say that, oh, we don't have enough votes, so we just go to, do anything anyways? That's not what the rule says. And all we ask them is,
But because Dr.
Roll
Richardson, so I could say the same thing too, because the speaker does not have quorum. He does not have the mandated amount of people as well to hold session. So they're going and they are conducting business, whereas the speaker does not have enough people to actually conduct any business. So
But they
it
have
actually no. So I was saying, let's just take sentiment out of this and just speak a truth. For the last 3 times that the speaker has been going to his chambers, he's not been able to have.
But Fatima, I beg to interrupt you, right?
Mhm.
And we can beat up Fanati Kofa. He has no numbers to work, no quorum. We understand. But the people that have the over 37 numbers and 40, 43, 42 numbers, right? They want to get Fanati out. Liberian people saying, you agree to giving due process. How? When? Now they say tomorrow. Give us the step that you're giving due process. I think it gave for the family a little bit of hard time when I asked him. You say you give the man due process. Tell us how. Then you're taking us back to the Supreme Court again. The Supreme Court said give the man due process. Everybody give the man due process. Congress said give him due process. Everybody saying if you don't want a man, give the man due process. They finally agreed to give Fanati due process, but take it easy now. The main chamber is open. Go back to the main chamber and give them due process. They said no, we are not.
Yeah, by the time they enter.
Let me finish with this. And this is interesting. And that's what people say, but Stanton, we side you on. I'm not on anybody's side. You're giving the men due process. You agree finally. You came from the Supreme Court. Go back to the chamber now, render your due process. They say no. For the team will come to us to get this due process. I'm confused, my man. My name is Eduardo from the Great Asiva Asido. Liberian people should understand this.
I'm not confused.
Of the eye. But mommy, you will help me.
I'm not confused.
You will help me. But they want to give him due process. But it's saying, for that team, leave for me in the main chamber, come to us and receive your due process. Help me, mommy.
So I'm not confused. I mean, he was very clear. Probably you were texting, so you didn't capture it. I mean, no offense to you on that.
Yeah, I'm not well. I'm coughing. You're right. So help me understand.
The same communication, the same complaint that these lawmakers took and was about to present to Thomas Fowler and were prevented and the doors were locked. That same communication of complaint is what against Fonati they will present to Thomas Fowler. Now Thomas Fowler come on their side. That's what they will do. So you're asking for the process. They will submit that complaint to Thomas Fowler. Can
I interrupt you with a question, my man? And maybe you're helping me understand here. If that is the same communication that we present to Thomas Fowler, right now, the Asiva was saying, the doors are open. Can I go to the main chamber and do it there?
That's a
is there anyone stopping them now?
I mean, that's a different discussion, right? We can have that discussion because my second also asked the question, why can they not come on the other side? Since you asking the question, why can they not go on the other side? They could make the case, but we went there the first time, you prevented us. You locked the door. So why you can come on this side? So I don't want to go into that because it's petty. The main issue is
why is it petty?
Because the Constitution says, listen to what the Constitution says about where the legislature can sit. The Constitution says article, okay, I think article what I forgot the number. It says,
no, they can say, yeah, I'm not, I beg you, allow me though. We agree, mommy. But the thing is that Fonati now he in town. You say you were fighting Fonati were absent. You like all the door, Barbecue did this one in the absence of Fonati. Fonati said, let me here. You will remove me, I agree. You please come now with your document, your due process, your investigation. Let's do it right here. So if they know that they get any other means to do this, why can't all 43 of them go back in the main chamber, present the case, and Fonati will put it on the floor?
Stanton, why can't the 37 join the rest of the majority in the other chamber. What the location is so important. What I mean, let's look at the big picture. The same seat in the chamber is the same seat they have there. What makes us
What does the Constitution state about that, mommy? Where do they have? Where is plenary supposed to be held?
The Constitution says it must be in the same city. It didn't say in the same room. It didn't say in the same building. It said in the same city. In this case, they are in the same building.
Where do they historically have plenary? Where do they make decisions? Or the past couple of years, where do they make decisions?
They historically have sitting to where the minority are seated now. It is where this identical group, the first time they had issue.
I don't want to know about the past and the first time.
You asked me, let me answer.
Because you're trying to paint a story that it was a toxic environment. That's what you're trying to do.
No, I don't think that you saw the video.
Forward.
Dr. Richardson, wait now, let you answer.
Dr. Richardson, I'm not painting it. You saw the
video.
video.
I know you very well.
Dr. Richardson, wait now, wait, let him finish. We gotta go to the other people.
You saw the video. They went there to enter chamber to present their complaint. It entered chaotic. They blocked the door. They fought each other and prevented them. Then I mean painting there. You saw the video. But let me answer Stanton's question about the process. So what he said, we left the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not put stop on us as Funati requested. Therefore, we'll proceed. Plenary will invite Funati. While that process is going on, Funati will come. A complaint will be presented to him. He will have the time to respond. A committee will be constituted to investigate him. If the investigation is conducted, Funati brings his lawyer. If the investigation is concluded and he's not guilty, he come back and tell his speaker. If he's guilty, they use the 49 to remove him. If they don't have the 49 to remove him, they can use simple majority, depending on the magnitude of the case, to suspend him. That's what they have to do.
Maybe guys, wait now. Guys, let's meet ourselves. Mr. Duaru.
So, Stanton, I want to drive, man. Can I just close on and drive, please?
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, my man. Right, he's in the car. There you go. Go ahead.
Please, I want to drive. Yeah, so this is actually funny. So listen, due process is not established by what you want. Due process is established by procedures already established. It's not because you want to erase that due process. If it say take 2 steps before you erase, start the due process there. So it is not because we do due process, we constitute a committee. Hey, then you're talking all around the place. My people, let's go on the
what is so due process?
It's okay. Mame ask a good question. Mame, you are a smart boy. I like it when you ask good question. Mame was asking the man who kept complaining about me talking about RLJ hotel, that on inauguration day, if the speaker does not come, and so are they not going to have, very good question, very smart boy. So think about it this other way. So if they're supposed to have the inauguration in the joint chamber, and then 37 members of the majority, whatever, leaves from there and goes in the office of the Chief Justice, so then they will take the inauguration from the joint chamber and carry it to the Chief Justice office because 37 people go. Sometimes, Mama, you are a smart boy. But let me say this. Let me, Sarah, it's funny. Let me say this. One of the kindergarten argument from the other people is that they like the door, they didn't enter. The very fella that sitting with them sat in the very same place. So when fella was sitting in that very same place, who stopped them from going there? Like, no matter how you go this thing,
you gotta give Mommy the chance to answer that. Mommy.
Yeah, but
so the father presiding now. Father was there though. So the door is open now. Why they can't go in?
The reason why I would assume that they not go there when Father was there, because they are arguing on the basis of number. They are saying where you are sitting, the majority is not there. So we cannot.
All right. So everybody listening to you laughing. So let me end. So again, Stanton, in this particular case, due process starts from presenting your petition and it ends at getting 49 votes. So in that whole bracket, present 49 votes. There where the due process is. Even if they were to take session in the sea, Atlantic Ocean, they need to have 49 votes, right? And I play with NF.
They say you hear the message super majority, so they not come to 37.
Oh, so they not come down now to simple majority. And the last point I want to make before I leave, Mame,
That's a
you
law.
cannot,
That's a
Mame,
law.
Mame, no, I know you know the law. You are expert in everything, but let me say my small
That's a
thing.
law.
Mame, you cannot
That's the
suspend
law.
the speaker. Mame, when now expert, when now brother. So,
Shut
Mame,
up.
you
That's the
cannot
law.
suspend the speaker. There is no provision in the constitution that says you can suspend. No, you can only remove the speaker. If he is removed and is not a speaker, then you can go ahead to either suspend or expel him. But he cannot be a speaker, and you say we suspend you from being a speaker. I understand.
That's
You
a
know the book.
argument.
Thank you.
Go home, Isaac, and when you get home, you can
Yeah, I
drop
see
us.
you. Funny me.
So, Mr. Duadu, help me again, help Liberians out there. To me, I have not taken anything away, and I think a lot of folks getting concerned at this time, Mr. Duadu.
Senator, let me say this. Look, we don't want to agree, but you understand it. The House has its own rules and regulations.
Yeah.
You don't have to accept the process by which the majority Black go about their proceedings, but according to their rule, they are in the right to do that. We've already established that the Supreme Court has not said anything as it relates to their rules. Now, if they go back in the chamber, something that I want them to do, to go back in the chambers and sort this thing out, at the end of the day, these guys will do what they want to do. But I want to ask this question. Does anybody really believe these guys want to remove Fernando from the speakership because they really want to do the Liberian people job, or the almost $2 million budget he gets every year? I mean, I just ask you a question. Because I don't see what Fanati has done over the last. Fanati not swinging out to the legislature. Fanati being the legislature, well, he was deputy speaker before, right? What did they bring? Did there? So yeah, they're talking. Look, nobody takes the issue of Liberia seriously. Everybody does what he or she does for their self-interest. Look, Honorable Ford, I get the right to live by RLJ. I don't care. This is Honorable Ford's money. That's what he believes. I personally believe he should not be more than 3,009 in Liberia. I just mean to tell him, no, more than 3,000. But I'm also about it, nothing. Getting 3,000, I go say RLJ. My issue here is that putting the Liberian pool first. The way the government can take the issue serious, and they take the Liberian issue serious, yeah, my house, it's not a thing. All the men are going to swallow poo.
So, here we are. Let me bring Conor Gray and Asif Va. Conor Gray, I'm going home tonight disappointed, but yet and still I'm hopeful. I know everybody defending the position. They want to score that political goal. But let's hear you, Conor Gray.
Stanton, these guys, they have made up their mind to remove the speaker. They will always shift the goalpost. Even if the judge in chamber were to come tomorrow and give a ruling, they will say we don't abide by you. That is exactly the activity of a renegade. They won't give Funadi Kofa what we call summary judgment. You know, when a group of renegade soldiers sit somewhere, they call a soldier who has done something and say, hey, my man, come here, man. Yeah, what happened here and there? You understand? That body is not legitimate. We say the body is not legitimate. Look, whether you want to define a quorum, they define it clearly. It's there. What constitutes a quorum? Under what tutelage does a quorum exist? So, but the renegade people have sat somewhere, they made up their mind. You will see tomorrow. That's why you see they will say we are three separate branches of government. That mentality that the three branches don't check on each other, we're independent of the other. That's a chaotic way of thinking. That's how renegade thinks. You understand? To come up and say, the next thing they'll say, we're going to remove Yemi Bishop. Tell how they remove Cabinet Janet. That's the next move. Because these are renegades that don't abide by rules. They don't abide by law. They have made up their mind that, look, regardless of what happened, we're going to remove Speaker Kofa. Granted, that's their right. But also, they're ignoring the other part of the rule that says you have to have a certain number. Now they're saying that we're going to go organize because we have a quorum. Who gave you the legitimate right to go organize a quorum that is void of the speaker? The legitimate individual that has been recognized, duly recognized as the speaker of the Republic of Liberia. You go sit down somewhere and then you're making noise, then you want the next thing they will say, oh, as long as we're majority somewhere, that's why we refer to the House of Representatives. You know, all this kind of renegade way of thinking. Look, some of those people are listening to them, it's like they look, I support that idea that people should take up and go carry on the demonstration so that these people can recognize that the power of that they enjoy, that power lies with the people. Let the people come and mandate them and say, go do our job. If you can't go, look, go get a quorum you want, get that 49 majority, let the speaker preside over his own removal. That's what the law requires. So they can make the noise. This is just it's so vexing and we're all getting tired with it, to be frank. They did not anticipate that Speaker Kofa will hold on this long. The past practice, but now it's somebody say, oh, I resign. For them, that's the honorable thing to do. Who define honorable thing? The honorable thing to do is to hold on to the rule of law until it's enforced the way it's supposed to be. That's the right thing to do. That's the rule of law. Now, the right thing to do when they yell at you, then you turn over the gavel and then you move on. That's not it. I like to speak of Kofa. Let him
Thank
stay.
you.
They'll get tired.
Thank you. Let me bring it Isaac to Isaac Va Toba, please. Go ahead, Isaac Va. Isaac Va, you got to unmute, sir.
Thank you. Rule 13 of the House rules is clear on how they commence their business. They say upon a quorum being present and the presiding officer having taken the chair, the deputy speaker is only the presiding officer in the absence of the speaker. If the speaker is in that chamber over there, then you go sit down somewhere else, then you say you got presiding officer. That complete nonsense. I mean, I don't know what kind of rationality intelligent people then coming way here and saying that kind of stuff here. It's just amazing. I guess when people take a side, they just take a side. Look, let the people follow the due process. If you got that 49, you can get to it. Then bring the case against Fonati, those 6 charges. Let it be public. Let people hear it. And if you're found him guilty because you're 49 solid, you're 49 solid. After your investigate, I don't care what kind of explanation he gave. You're found him guilty, he out. All we say is go by this process. They rebel there, and then we say, oh, let's stay for peace sake. That's nonsense. Fonati should stand his ground and letting people come to session. If they say today nothing successful happened, nobody won, fine. Let's see what happened Tuesday. Let's see what happened Thursday. But I believe they need to go on and sit on that gavel and make that decision as a body on how they move forward. What's happening now is a waste of the Liberian people time, unfortunately. It's a waste of our money. We're not getting the intended benefit from the useless exchange and, kind of filibustering that they're doing every day. So, I think we should move on from it, man. It's very tiring. It's very, very tiring when people are just complacent to be unproductive.
Thank you very much. The show is but over 7:20. Let me go to Ambulan, the Babalu Boy Mame. Then, I don't know. I'm not feeling too well today, and but it is what it is. Mame?
Stanton, you see, sometimes we read. I want you to read our law that you just read.
Yeah.
I think you
okay,
the
I'll read
one.
it. Rule 13.
I think you're the one putting your feelings into this thing, and you
Oh,
just
I'm
reading the
feeling
law.
Rule
I mean, you just
13.
reading. Yeah, you
Hey,
just
my
reading
man,
the
don't personalize the thing. You say I should read it. You want me to read
No,
it?
wait, let Mame finish, Ava, please.
The law says the law that he read. And I will speak on the 2 laws, the 2 provisions. It says when the quorum is called, the presiding will preside. You need to read it. I want you to read it verbatim. In fact, read it. Please. You muted Ava. You muted Ava. Ava, you muted.
Rule 13, commencement of business. 13.1. Upon a quorum being present and the presiding officer having taken the chair, the sergeant at arms shall cry for the commencement of the day's session, following which the chaplain shall offer prayers. Then Rule 14 gives the order of business. And that's where
the only point I wanted you
the roll call comes in.
The only point I wanted you to highlight, when the quorum exists, the presiding, it did not say the speaker. The reason why, I come in, wait for me. The reason why they use presiding and did not use speaker is purposeful. It's because the crafter of those rules knew that it is possible that the speaker could be in problem. And the person who will be presiding is not the speaker. So that person is the presiding. Before that person presides, there must be a quorum. When there is no quorum, the person cannot preside. And they did not say speaker because they know that there can be a day where the speaker will be in problem. And the person who will be sitting in a seat is not the speaker, but the presiding. So quorum and presiding. Funati doesn't have quorum to preside. That's the first one. The second thing, Stanton, we are not constitutional lawyers. We are not members of the House. Because we know intelligent people watch this show, Liberians depend on us sometimes for opinion. Before we come here, we ask people for their opinions. We analyze it and then we present it. We are not on the show looking on the screen, and when somebody taps something, then you jump on the show and say it. This is the rule about how every member of the House of Representatives can be suspended. To argue, because somebody tap in the live feed that, oh, you can't suspend for that, then you run on the show and say you can't suspend him. Here is the rule. Rule 48. How you got to read it? It says every member of the House of Representatives can be suspended for a cause established after an investigation. The speaker is a member of the House.
But he's an officer too, though.
Come again?
He's an officer too.
Officer where?
Of the when they talk about remover, you know the clause on remover?
Read 48. 48 tells you when you are elected and you take your oath as member of the House of Representatives. Your colleagues come together and say, just preside over, and they give you that name speaker. But you are a member. And the rules say every member of the House of Representatives can be suspended.
It's a member, not every member. But anyway, which specific for the 1 to 6? Which for the 8 you want to read?
Let me read the one I have in here.
Yeah, let's check.
The House shall take disciplinary measure against any member,
right,
who violates or fail to comply with the House ethics and procedures specified in the rule. Any member.
Right.
So how you argue that the speaker is not a member of the House and cannot be suspended?
There is no, I never said that. I said the whole remover piece.
So I just wanted to make those two clarifications and then I'll close in 30
But what the
seconds.
issue of suspending a member? You still got to get a member due process to suspend them. You got to come on flow.
Ava, we have all discussed the due process. Nobody arguing on due process. I was only saying, if you want to suspend a member, you don't need 49. You only need simple majority. And somebody wrote in a laughing, no, you can't suspend the speaker. Then somebody took it and put it on the show. So I just put all the rule that says, I'm not a lawyer. I just put all the rule that say any member. And as per my interpretation, the speaker is a member of the House. Until the lawyer can come.
Let me have a question for you.
Before you close, let me say this. Guys, thank you for joining us. I'm not too well.
Read for the 8.5, my man.
I'm going to get back to you because let me do my closing quick. I beg to interrupt you because I'm coughing seriously. I want to say thanks for joining us today. Great story came out today. They are not going to renew Money Captain contract. They are not going to renew Kwame contract. They are out. Let me say that. The appointment of Magdalene Dakose is a unique one. We'll discuss it further. If confirmed, she will be the next commerce minister. It's good. Many of the other story, because of the House of Representative issue, it's not so unique. We have to discuss them. Again, as people gear towards the protest tomorrow, we didn't mention it today because it's in the best interest. The Supreme Court have stepped in, and I think some good things going to happen. Well, those that say they want to protest, Mami, I hope you guys can speak to it. They were protesting because they felt that Fonati should get due process. Now he's going to be given due process, so there's no need for protest. They're saying, listen, you got to get them in due process. They both say, okay, we'll give Fonati due process. Now, the way forward, we can explain it, we can talk about it tomorrow. We'll wait and see what happens. Our country shouldn't go under the trauma of protest. Our country right now, people shouldn't go start burning tire up saying that it's our right. If you want to do this because University of Liberia not open yet, those people from University of Liberia saying, listen, we are not part of this protest. I don't know the honor tune to this, and I will advise everybody involved, please, let's just watch the game. This thing shall come to an end. Fonati deserves due process, and it should be given to him rightfully. If the rule say you can do 2/3, to remove a speaker, to suspend, to kick out the speaker, let it go by their own rule. But it was good today that the Supreme Court intervened, and we understand there's some quietness right now in the room, and everybody look forward to see what they're going to do tomorrow. The Supreme Court intervened. All the tension came down. I don't know whether you saw this. Quietness in the room. They respected the Supreme Court decision. They're going to give Fonati due process, and this thing going to play out. The location that we talk about, Mama, you're right. Whether you do the location in the joint chamber or in the main chamber, they are still at the Capitol building. Somebody got to give in. And we look forward to Fonati to see his position. Once they present him the complaint, they present him the request to come for investigation. We want to see what Fonati will say. But other than that, the country have to move forward. Don't forget, the president have asked and begged that on the 8th, he will be submitting the budget. We'll look forward to that fight to see who he's going to submit the budget to. Will he ask for another postponement? We also say if you got to vote tomorrow, don't forget, tomorrow is the election day here in America. Here in America, people will be voting. We either have former President Donald Trump coming back to power, or we have the vice president going in to be the president for the next 4 years, Kamala Harris. Either or, exercise your right to vote, and may God save America. May God save our state. And again, thank you for joining us. Have a good night from my end. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow the show will be very short because people will be going to vote. We'll be following the voting result. We will let you know what we intend to do, but we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. We must discuss what is happening in Liberia, so we will be here. Have a good night from my end, and may the peace of God be upon you. Dr. Richardson, bye. Fatima, bye. Conor Gray, Ava, Mame, thank you.
Go raise your body. Mame, let's get into this thing. Mame, read the whole Rule 48. Read Rule 48. Let's walk through it so people can understand.
Okay. So we can read the entire Rule 48.
No, we can't.
No,
because you can't take one section of the rule and abstract it and extrapolate it.
It depends on what I want to establish.
But what I'm telling you, we're having a discussion. Okay. It may be what you want to establish, but you cannot establish in a vacuum and leave the other substantive tenets of the rule out.
So I come in. What I want to establish, if what I say is what you want to disprove, then you show me the provision of the law that is different from what I said. I said here, any member of the House of Representatives can be suspended as per what I read in the rule. Section 48 says any member can be suspended. Do you disagree with that?
No, any member can be suspended, but there's a process.
I'm not going to a process yet.
How you leave process out?
Because I'm not disagreeing about process.
Oh, Because there's a precursor to this discussion for you
I'm
to make
not
that point about any
disagreeing
member.
about process,
That
Ava.
mean anybody who perceive themselves as a quorum
Ava,
can go
I'm
sit down
not
somewhere and say, "Oh, they're
disagreeing.
suspending the speaker."
I'm not
That's
disagreeing
no.
about
We can't.
process.
We can, Mame, our people.
But why you want to make process
Unfortunately, you
an
can't get
issue?
limited information. We got to
Why
get
do
in the
you want to
totality of the
make
information.
Ava? Why do you want to make process an issue when you and I agree that there must be a process? Why you want to make it an issue? I agree with you.
Because for somebody to say, "Oh, those quorum people can just sit down together and suspend the speaker because any member can be suspended." Some people come away with that. No, we
But
don't
that's
want
why
them
I
to come
said,
away
you
with
know,
that.
Can I have my turn to speak, please?
Let me.
I think it's just going back and forth.
Ava, you saying that? That's not what I said. I said, I lay out the procedure, the whole due process.
I have a
said
question
in the
for you,
due
ma'am.
process, two things can happen in due process. You can either suspend or you remove after due process. Then somebody said, no, you cannot suspend. That's how I went for the rule and said, no, you can suspend. So I agree about the due process. I said, after due process, there are two
As long
outcomes.
as we're clear on that due process and people understand
Ma'am, I
that
have a
48, not
question.
only 48.1,
Fatima,
there
go
are
ahead.
multiple
I
bills.
have
We're
a
fine.
question, mommy, before
Fatima, I hear you, yeah.
Okay, Conor Gray, what you say? You want to go again?
No, I wanted to ask mommy a question.
Should I go forth or you want to go first?
Go ahead, Mama.
And then
Go
I
ahead.
come
Go
back.
ahead.
I would like. Are we closing now? Are we closing, guys?
Yes.
All right. To the Liberian viewers, first to the panelists, I say thank you for always coming, and educating our people about their rights. We all might not be on the same sides, everybody, we are intellectuals and we make our own decisions. We have open minds. Okay. So sometimes as you see me laughing, I'm just thinking about some of the things that the viewers are saying about me, but I'm okay with it because I have thick skin. You can say anything about me. I really don't care. But when it pertains to our country and it comes to Liberia, where we all are very passionate. We can come here and speak about how we feel about the rule of law. The fact still remains that Fonati plus himself had 73 members in the House of Representatives. He presiding over 72 people, and he is the speaker. And 43 of those members, including the deputy speaker, have now said that they've lost confidence in him and can no longer sit on his gavel. Due process, I totally agree, should come. I believe that Fonati's appearance on Spoon and when he spoke ill of his friends, his colleagues actually, made this situation worse. They should have all come together, sat, talk about their differences and iron out their differences and move our country forward, because our budget needs to go forward. The president, you all know me, I'm a lover of Joseph Baka. The president's agenda needs to go forward. I voted for this president. I campaigned for this president, and I want the best for Liberia because, as you see, I don't want to be old in America. I want to go back to Liberia and retire and live my best life. Because even the idea of me every time, like now I'm about to go to Liberia, I'm so excited because that's where my navel strings were buried. Everything. A Nigerian boy once told me, he said, we were working every so often he would go to Nigeria, and I asked him, I said, Ike, why don't you just keep going? He said the money is to be made in America, but the enjoyment is in Africa, where our navel strings are buried. So we all come here collectively to talk about our country and talk about the things that are happening. If we sit here and we name other people renegades or disregard them and we call them names, it does not help the speaker. These people have affixed their signature to a piece of paper. And because they want to prove a point that they were not incited, they did it of their free will. They are not going to sit here because we call their names or we suggest all kinds of things about them that will make them move. I agree that they should follow the rule of law. I agree that they should make sure that they go and sit with the speaker and they have a conversation. I think that is too late now because of what happened, but for the sake of Liberia, we need them to come together. I do not agree for any protest, our country, our people, because most of the times, let me tell you something, when I'm doing something like tomorrow, I'm going around to take a lot of old ladies to vote tomorrow because I voted last week. All my neighbors, I'm taking them to vote. Most of them are volunteer. I take my daughter with me because you know what happened? I want her to know to walk and fight the fights that I want. But most of them, when they're going to do these protests, they don't take their kids, they take other people, the most vulnerable in our society. And that's where it hurts. They're not doing nothing for our people. These lawmakers need to come together with one voice, stand strong, and move our country forward. So to the viewers, to all of our panelists, I say thank you. To my dear cousin Nelson, I say thank you for coming. It's always an honor and a pleasure to come on Spoon and be able to impart knowledge on our people. Thank you for having us, and God bless you.
Thank you.
So,
yeah, Remy.
Look, if Remy, you won't come in? Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a rule that any officer of the law can be removed, including judges. But again, as Isaac was saying, there are procedures, especially in removing judges, presiding officers, people who preside over litigation, for instance. There are procedures to remove them. You cannot remove them exclusive of themselves. They have to be part of that removal process. You know, this idea, I consider it extremely radical to think that a group of people can say, we don't want you as leader anymore. We're 49, we're just going to go sit down over there and conduct our own. The sound of that demonstrate complete lawlessness. And it tells you that anytime any group of individual within a body, when they talk about quorum, they mean the entire body. They didn't say somebody should just slash in the middle as long as they're there. When the framers of those laws came up, they were anticipating that could be natural disaster. X amount of people may not be able to make it. But conflict in our house because you want to replace someone as leader, it's not a natural disaster, it's a man-made disaster. So as a result, my brother, I can see somebody say, oh, you don't understand the rule. I studied political science. At the University of Liberia, I'm officially, when LU was LU, I only gave me my own political science to do. But do I talk about it? It's not necessary. So when people want to write and say, oh, this guy don't understand the rule, there's nobody that understands Liberian politics is more than me. Because you know what, when people are going to school to do math and science, I went to go study about Liberian politics. It sounded foolish at first, but now it makes sense. The thing about it is, if these people want to remove the speaker, they put him there in the first place. But you know what? We elected the president to go into office. We can't just walk in the mansion and say, we don't want you anymore. Get down. There are processes involved. You can elect the men, but you cannot remove them easily unless you follow the rules. So if people want to get angry, last week they said, oh, you see on Monday, this whole thing will finish because their intention was that for not till we yield to the pressure and resign. Now they're going the other way. They are getting it wrong. They're supposed to show up for work. If they want to show up for work, not exclusively of the leader, the speaker. If they do so, they're on the wrong. So all I can tell you is they are not supposed to exclusively go set up a session because they say we have quorum. The definition of quorum, go back and look at the laws. How it defines quorum. Who preside over that quorum? Go back and see. Not a section of the house. Not a section, but the entirety of the house. Is X amount of people by reason that are proper. If they don't show up, then you have a quorum. But they go sit down and just say we got quorum, we're 43. Those are, I want to say it will be plausible if some of these people go into the house will study law. So they will not be so ignorant. When sometimes I listen to, like the gentleman I was speaking just now, it tells on our republic. Lots of people watch this show. They just wonder what kind of people are this, and that's what will happen. A few months down the line again, they'll put somebody there and they say, oh, we don't want this person because it's all about themselves. And I look forward to a day when we'll have a very civilized body of lawmakers that will find tangible reason. If you say you have reason, bring it to the officer of the body. He presides over it, over his own removal. If he's found guilty, he's gone. Not to go set up something and say, come here to us. You know, it's like the vice president of the Republic of Liberia take a body of government and sit down somewhere, invite the president to come there, then they judge him for a crime he committed. All of these kinds of things, there are rules. If people don't want to abide by the rules, it's their own prerogative, but then people don't have to follow them into the idiocy. That's all I can say.
Let me thank you, Remy. Let me correct something. There's a reason why when lawmakers want to remove a speaker, they always use a presiding officer and not the speaker. A presiding officer who aligns with their thought and part of their majority. I mean, you can get your own feeling. You say, oh, it's this, it's that. This process been on for long. But let me address that first.
And it's a failed process. But
no, I come in. The speaker ever, I mean, you can put all the adjectives to it. The speaker, as per the legislative and parliamentary procedure, has the authority to decide how votes are taken. Either vote by hair count, where individuals put their hand or they check them 1-1, or to say yea, nay. When votes are taken by yea, nay, it is the speaker who determines whether the yea, nay vote is more, whether the yea vote is no, or the nay vote is no. That is the reason why people do not take their petition to the speaker. Because the speaker could put it on the floor and say, this is a complaint against me. Are you who all ready for us to proceed? Say yea. Who are ready to say nay? Right after the yea, nay, he knocked the gavel, he said nay. And that particular complaint will not be heard. You think why for nothing else inside? You think the John Chima so dirty that he doesn't want to go there? You think why for nothing else he says he can't go to the John Chima? Because he wants them to come and sit under his gavel. And he can use the option of yea, nay vote. It happened in the case of Cabinet Janet. When they were about to remove Cabinet Janet, all the lawmakers from NIMBA, because Cabinet is from NIMBA, they said this voting has to be by hair count, so we know who are deciding to impeach Janet. The speaker at the time insisted that it will be yea, nay vote. NIMBA said, but then if it will be yea, nay vote, then we cannot participate. Because if we just sit here and we say yea, nay, our people in NIMBA could accuse us of removing Cabinet. That's how the entire NIMBA block walked us out. And the vote to remove Cabinet was a yea, nay vote. Today in Liberia history, you don't know the lawmakers who removed Cabinet and those lawmakers who rejected, because the vote was a yea, nay vote, and the speaker determined where the voice carried. So it's a reason why they are saying they don't want to go under the speaker, because the speaker get the authority to say the decision will be made by yea, nay vote.
My man, how do you sound, my brother? My man, let me ask you, who has the authority to call the House to order and commence the day session? Who?
Quorum.
What are you smoking about?
Period.
Rule 7.2.
Period.
Rule 7 says powers and duties of the speaker. 7.1, the speaker shall perform the following duties. 7.2, call the Honorable House of Representatives to order at the commencement of each day's session and shall proceed to business in manner prescribed in these rules. 7.3, preserve order and perfect decorum and shall decide all questions of order subject to an appeal to the House of Representatives. The speaker shall see that members conduct themselves in a civil and orderly manner. That's why he's the presiding, my man. He is the presiding officer. You cannot take 37 or 38 or 47 people, go sit there in any corner, and they automatically will have that responsibility that the speaker has to lead them. No, the speaker is elected in a process. He is the head. You can't just abdicate his responsibility and take it somewhere else and go. It's not possible. That's why some of us are saying respect the process. And part of respecting this process is understanding that the Speaker is still the head of the House of Representatives. He's supposed to call the House of Representatives to session and commence the business. Now, in his absence, that means his real absence, when he submit an absence to the absent form or something to say I'm going out of town, I'm doing this or something, and the deputy speaker in charge, then the deputy speaker can conduct business. But now they say the man in one place and we're going to another place to go sit down and then a session. No, my man. Let's look, a lot of young people here respect you, appreciate the insight you bring and the clarity you bring to the issues. But on this particular one, I think you misleading a lot of people to suggest that the speaker can just lose his function as a speaker, his power as a speaker that's ingrained in these rules here, simply because 46, 47 people can congregate somewhere
Don't
else
say
and
46,
don't want to sit on his
47.
gavel. They can't do that. Really, they cannot.
Don't say
But
46,
again,
47.
not constitutional lawyers, right? At some point, this thing will reach that level where they will have some constitutional interpretation and we'll see. But just from the position of leadership and the position of authority, we are totally disrespecting the role of the speaker if we think we can operate in this fashion.
Thank you, Abba. Just keep there your statement and wait for the Supreme Court decision to know whether the sitting there is illegal or legal.
I think
Wonderful.
Nelson's waiting
It's
for
been
us.
it's been a great show. Let me head out.
Yeah.
Trying to go start packing my stuff and preparing for Labrador. Hopefully the brother will go to that doctor. He will not tell me I can't come to Labrador. I will be able to come to Labrador and engage with my
Your
people.
neck broke or it is spring?
It's broken.
Oh wow.
C5, C6 fracture. So yo, that's what you near paralysis, near death. But we're here, so we're happy.
See you guys. Nelson, where are you? Nelson,
thank you, Nelson, for your patience.
To the viewers, your thank you. To the
And I'll come
listeners,
visit you in the studio when I come with Nelson.
Nelson, take care of you. Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Bye, cousin.
Yeah, bye.
Your messages. I sent you a message. You saw it?
Okay, I'll check it.
All right, good night. Thank you for the show.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
A lot of people say thank you to you as well.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Well, folks, thanks a lot for being here for being here tonight. We appreciate all of you for your contribution. Thanks to the many of you making your input in the comment section tonight. We appreciate you. Thanks for putting your calls through as well. We appreciate all of our folks in Radio Land, all of you who called in to make your contribution. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country as well that are always relaying the show. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bone County, Gibi FM in Kakata, My Gibi County. Many thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew County and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. Radio Yalaman is in Seklipia in Nima County. They're always relaying the program as well. We appreciate all of you for being on here tonight. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get the news. This is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. Objective analysis from our diverse panel here every night. We want to say thanks for being here. Harris Ba, Josh Morris Jr., Jerry Sika, Ruth Goba, Tita George, Friends of T. Maxwell. That's a long name. Smokawa, Nathaniel K. Hill. We appreciate all of you for being on here tonight. And Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thanks for being on as well. And to all of you watching, using your TV. And I'm told most times when you're using the TV to follow the show, when you're watching on your TV, you don't get to engage in the comment section. And so many of you do that. You follow the show on your TV. We appreciate all of you. Ma Betty's son, Augustine Masakwe, Sam Zoll, Vakamo Dukle, everybody, thanks for being here tonight. We look forward to having another great edition of the program tomorrow. My name is Nelson Colette. Until we come your way again, have a good night and keep following Spoon to get all the news, all the happenings across Liberia. Have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South of that. Charge it.